Well, well. Hello, my darlings, and welcome back to City Skylines 2. Isn't it just lovely to be back here? What a wonderful, peaceful way to start out the week. I do hope you are all having a wonderful time and that you all had a most sublime weekend. We are going to have quite a bit of fun today as we build up the lovely city of Saffton. The grand city, apparently, of Saffton. I don't know that I would call a city of 60,000 people particularly grand. Although I will say that, we're almost twice the population of Liechtenstein at this point, so maybe somewhat grand? I suppose it's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? Anyhow, it's certainly a pretty city, even if it isn't massive. I'm actually quite proud of how it's all come together. It's very lovely, and it's very financially stable. Oh my god. We are making an absurd amount of money. Just so much bloody cash coming in. Every hour we're making almost 90,000 credits. That puts our monthly balance at 2 million credits. That's absurd, and I think we need to start using that. We need to start utilizing that. So today we're going to spend a bit of money. We're going to splash some cash about, probably demolish a few homes, so that we can make room for some better education. Starting with a university. I would really love for us to have a university. I don't know where we're going to put a university, but I would love for us to have one. Might make sense to have it, somewhere way up here, perhaps. Or maybe we go to a different island altogether. I'm not certain, really. But I really do want to make certain we have a university. Hello, my dear Yali. Oh, it's so good to see you again, my dear. How are we doing today? I hope you're ready for some lovely city building. And some fussing about with bugs, I'm certain, as well, because this game is still very far from perfect. I would love to give you all a little bit of a tour of some of the small tweaks I've made. But unfortunately it is night time and it's bloody hard to see. One thing I have done is I've gone about and sort of increased the density along Main Street here. Because I feel like, it is the main street. It probably should have more density. What the devil is happening over here? This does not seem good. There's a little bit of traffic here. You know what? It's fine. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I made some small tweaks over here, which is it's still called Saffton Farms, this area. I haven't figured out what to rename it, but I judged it a little bit, improved sort of the zoning along some of the streets, just made it better in general. I might even tweak some more over here, but that's for another time. I'm not going to worry about that today. Today, we're going to worry about building ourselves a new university campus somewhere. I don't know where, though. Maybe up here somewhere? It could be a good idea. I would like to build an entire city around it, ideally. I feel like that's kind of makes sense in a way. Also, just as an aside, it is bloody huge. And if we were to put it in Saffton itself, we would have to probably mow down most of the city. Now, we could actually... Now, there's a thought. Although it would cut into the logging over here. I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I want to diminish Saffton logging at all. And we'd have to flatten that hill. So, I don't think I want to do that. We could potentially put it out here. On the island. Again, we'd have to flatten things quite a bit there. Not certain I like the idea of that. Otherwise, there is actually, this other side of the river. Well, not the river, the highway. It's a little on the lumpy side. But we could make some space for a university somewhere around here. And I think that would be not a bad idea, necessarily. Although, once again, we do have a lot of tall hills that we're going to have to contend with if we do that. I think the main thing is to wait until daytime before we start, you know, plopping down any new universities. Or, I mean, I'm not saying not wait till daytime. How big is this island? Oh, maybe we should make a university out here. This is where the college is, at Watersmeet. What if we put the university out on this island and sort of built up a little town around it? That could be nice. It's quite flat already. I might consider that. Hello, Arrow Dragon. Hello, my dear. How are you doing today? We could also put the university, like, way out here. There's a couple places we could put it. Or further up along the rail yard. Or railroad, perhaps. I did want to build a small town around here near these lakes, because they are quite picturesque. This could be a good place for it. As a result. It's hard to tell, really. It is... Was there always water here? I suppose there must have been. Doesn't look right though, does it? I don't know. I'm overthinking things. But we might want to put it up here. So there's a couple places to consider to build our new university town. This area is quite lumpy though, which I like, but the university is such a large building. We do need to make certain it has flat ground, because it will flatten all the ground around it, and that will look quite rubbish otherwise. It also has a library park. We do want to make certain it has the park attached to it, so we want to make certain there's a lot of space. So we'll have to decide whereabouts we're going to put it. Or over here somewhere. That could work too. Like way over in this corner. I might do that. So many options. Last week we built this lovely little community, which I still haven't named. I don't know what to call it, but it is quite cute, isn't it? Utterly charming. This is a little farming community. I was hoping to sort of add more farmland around here, and we might end up doing that and then putting the university up at this point. Just a thought. The city is finally getting a little bit of light on it, which is odd because it's the middle of the night. But you know, that's fine. Usually it's bright because the Aurora Borealis is showing. Not today though. No Aurora Borealis in sight. Alright, so Saffton I don't think is going to get the university anywhere nearby. I think this area here is a little bit too curved, and I don't want to sort of fuss with that right now. Oh my god, what's this? That's not acceptable. But we're going to ignore it because I don't want to fuss with things outside my own territory right now. If we built the university way back here and created a university sort of town for it, I think that might be a nice idea. And there's this lovely mountain nearby as well. I think that could be wonderful. So let's go ahead and we'll purchase some tiles. Tiles can be quite expensive. That's not so bad. And we can absolutely afford all that. I think we're going to connect up all this. It's going to cut into our income, but we can absolutely afford that. So let's do that. Let's cut into our income and purchase up all of these tiles over here. It's not going to cut in significantly to our income at the end of the day. We just make so much bloody money, there's no way for that to be an issue. So, let's see. I think the university has to probably be the first thing we place, because I want it to be sort of the centre of this whole community. It says there's a road required, but we can add the road after. Right? Right. And this park. I think what we're going to do, we're going to put the university there. We're going to have a street right in front of it. I say... Do we want a 6-lane? Probably not. That's a bit excessive. But a 4-lane road here. Let's go like that. Lovely. Just lovely. Oh god, we've already got bots. Ta for now, bots. Bugger off. Hello, Rex, my dear. I hope we're staying hydrated as well. I do have some water here. I'll take a little swig of it. I will give everyone fair warning. I don't believe our gifts are working today. Just before the stream started, I went to log into Twitch and found that I had been logged out of it everywhere, basically. So in order for us to get this sort of working, I had to change my passwords, everything, and the gifts are not working as a result. It's fine. Just a warning, if you're trying to use our channel points, redeems, you can still remind me to hydrate, but there won't be a gift showing up, unfortunately. Alerts should still work for follows, subscribers, all that sort of stuff, but not the gifts. Terrible shame, that. Anyhow, goodness, this university maintenance is 100,000 a month. I mean, we can afford it, but it's still quite steep. Oh, it is working! Well, goodness. There we go. Seafoam has it working. I don't know why it wasn't working on my computer, but that's fine. That's good. We have good news, darlings. Good news. Lovely. Alright. I don't know why I was having such a hard time with OBS earlier, but I'm chuffed to see that it's fine. Alright, so we have the quad just in front of the university. I think that's very appropriate. I think the quad should be there. Do we think a 4-lane road or a 2-lane road here? I think I'm going to put a 4-lane road. I know that's excessive. But, you know, it's a university campus, and university campuses can be quite grand at times. I think this particular university, what we have here, this is going to be sort of a show of wealth for the region. Alerts are much larger. They are much larger. I was buggering, not buggering. I was messing with the boxes trying to get everything to work. So let's shrink that up. 4 to match the number of eyes you have. Alright, there we go. Strawberry Street. And look, it's named for you, darling. Strawberry Street. Isn't that lovely? Alright, so we have that. The extension wing goes there, so we're not going to build that quite yet. I think we'll probably put the library right about. It's not quite lining up, which is very unfortunate. Can we? I wanted to snap to the side of the road, but I don't want it to. Okay, let's turn off snapping altogether. That's fine. And we're just going to see if we can position this in such a manner that it is. There we are. Lovely. I think that's about equal from both strawberry and beechwood. So much construction always. It's true, actually. So there was this lovely. You know what? I'm actually going to put a second library right here. Let's just go for it. It's going to be very expensive, but we can afford it. There was this lovely university. Well, it's not exactly an unknown university. U of T, the University of Toronto, and Seafoam and I did a lot of shooting around there because they had this fabulous Gothic architecture, which is very rare here in Canada. Health reminder. Yes, very important. We need to make sure there's some healthcare around here too. So we'll absolutely put a clinic here at some point. But then we have 2 libraries. I think this looks fabulous. Went to a library with 13 libraries. The stonework is beautiful, and it was lovely at Life Diffusion. Truly. The problem was, of course, it was very often out of construction. Or in construction. and we couldn't get shots we wanted. You mean me? Well, I'm in good health already, darling. I assure you. I do not know what I'm going to put over here. Should we put... I think I might add another college here, actually. Will the college fit? No. Actually, so let's get rid of that and that. So I just want to check, how is the college over here doing? It's relatively close to full, so I am actually going to build a college right here on Strawberry. And we'll just sort of pretend this is all part of one campus, because aesthetically they do look like they work together. Just to go redirecting my own health. Well, I'll drink some water, darling, and that will surely help my health. The library is under construction now. Which one? All 13 of them. Let's also... We're going to put small roundabouts here. We're going to activate anarchy mode. Do we want medium roundabouts? No, we'll just have some small roundabouts. And they'll sort of clip into things a little bit. But they will look nice, I think. Well, maybe not. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Okay, let's get rid of the roundabouts. Gothic architecture is very nice. Absolutely. The one you work at now. Ah. Is it still open whilst under construction? Do you have to shush the construction workers? Okay, that is going to be an issue. I'm absolutely certain that's going to be an issue. So I don't think we're going to have another road right there. I think we're going to want... I think we're going to want to do something with the 4-lane roads, actually. I think that might be the smart way to do things. And on that note, I don't think I'm going to connect up. I'm not going to go through the farmlands here. Your favourites are Baroque, Classical, and Byzantine. I'm quite fond of Baroque architecture as well. Very fond. Classical architecture and neoclassical, also quite fabulous. So I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to drag this out, and I'm going to sort of pull it off in that direction. Oh god, that is a lumpy road. We can't have that. What the devil is this? That was not at all how I expected things to look here. Renaissance is quite fabulous as well. Hello, my dear humble streamer. How are we doing today? A 10-stream streak. What delicious commitment. What I'm seeing here is actually like a weird lumpy thing, so... should we just cover over it? I don't know if that's a good idea. We could build a bridge. The problem is I can't really see the contours. If I go into this mode, can I see the contours better? I can't. Because there's too many bloody trees in the way. Alright. How are we going to avoid this? Let's activate this brush. So I have a brush here that I use to remove trees with. And we're going to just sort of remove a lot of these trees here. Just so we can see where the hell we're going. Right. We're going to have to sort of go around that. I don't think it's reasonable that we would build a bridge over that. We would just go around it. Especially under your car where you were earlier. I hope you were under your car because you were doing work on it and not because you were trapped there. There we go, that's nice. Oh, that's not nice. We still got a weird lump there, but I think I can make that weird lump work. You were there intentionally. Good to hear. Good to hear. There we go. We made that weird lump work. It is quite hot here as well. We are not quite in a heat wave, although some would say it. I myself probably am a little bit too accepting of high heat. I've done work in landscaping for a few years, and as a result of that, I sort of am used to working in temperatures that far exceed what a human being probably should be working in. I mean, thankfully I'm not one of those, but okay, again, I really don't want this to be going on like some weird hills and such. I think this is going to be perfect though. If we can bring the road to about here, this is already probably high enough for us to just skip over the river in a landscaping outfit win. The thing about landscaping outfits, darling, is they are very much not sexy. They are incredibly practical. I am a very fashionable man, except when I'm doing work. Then I become quite practical. They're very sexy to people who like landscaping outfits. I mean, the question is, what does a landscaping outfit actually look like? Like, I have a uniform, obviously, but my uniform was rather just a sleeveless black shirt and some khakis. I think this lumpiness, this is acceptable. It's odd. It's very odd. Actually, you know what I'm thinking? This isn't acceptable. Not because it's lumpy, but because it shouldn't be a traditional road. This should be a highway. At least into the city part, or the school part. We need to have this all be highway. There we go. Sleeveless black shirt. We are landscaping into the lands. Yes, we're just going to do a giant statue of myself. Hello, JC. How are we doing, darling? It is a kink for everyone, it's true. You know, some people are into couches and dolphins. Hi, Foxy. How are you doing, darling? Alright, we need to bring this up to 8.75. And just go across like that. Now this side's going to be probably a little too tall, and this side is a little too short. But we can fix all that. This is just a temporary solution. What we're doing here is we're just trying to find the right height for a road that can cross over here. You would move in so fast if you could have a giant statue of me as your neighbor. It's true, I am a very busy man, but I could find time to dress myself up in gold paint and pretend to be a statue for you, darling. Right, let's take that. We're going to bring this back down to 0. And we're going to go across like that. And as you see, there is a grade of 0%. That is exactly what we want. Did any of you see that? Unfortunately, I haven't even seen Season 2 yet. It's heartbreaking. I have to find time to catch Season 2. of Interview, which I did quite enjoy the first season. Actually, I really, really enjoyed it. And I was looking forward to the next one, but I just haven't had an opportunity to watch it yet. What I did have an opportunity to watch, however, was the new Deadpool and Wolverine film, and I thought it was spectacular. Probably better than any of the other Deadpool films that have come before it. Certainly more touching. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, maybe I should let things play so that we can get to daytime and I can actually bloody see. That might be beneficial. You can't wait for the Tiny Tina stream. I can't either. We are all just chomping at the bit already. I've made a character who is very, very unintelligent. And I'm looking forward to playing them. They're going to be a bit of a bruiser, which, I mean, it's no secret I like playing a bruiser. Let's put a little roundabout right here for now. Can we just... let's bring down that brush size and just sort of flatten this area out. Headcanoned my Strange Brigade character into being illiterate. It's true. I do tend to play bruisers, actually. Generally, I tend to go for... well, usually I go for beefy women, because I like to be subversive. But also I like beefy women. This current character is not a woman. They are non-binary. My headcanon for my character is that a wizard stole their gender. That's my lore. That's for Thembo the Thick. So I'm very much looking forward to showing off Thembo the Thick. What the hell just happened there? All your characters in every game are skinny fit blonde twinks. That's not really an option in Tiny Tina's, unfortunately. I will say I was disappointed by... I thought the character creation in general was quite fabulous. The body options, however, I considered relatively frustrating. For whatever reason, when you make your character bigger, it just makes them taller. So I tried to actually create an emaciated necromancer character, and unfortunately, I couldn't. I could make them short, and that's it. I wish they had more than 2 body types. I do too. I will say though, I appreciate that rather than male and female bodies, the bodies are just labelled as this one and that one. No reference to gender whatsoever. Right, this is I think too close, but we're going to see if we can make it work. Or not. I'll build the bloody on-off ramps before I fuss with all that stuff. There we go. It's not, like, pretty, but it is functional, and that's more important. I can't believe I just said that. Sure, we'll make that work. You spent so many hours in the Dragon's Dogma character creator. I've not played Dragon's Dogma, but the character creator did look quite impressive. And I will say again, I was impressed with the Tiny Tina's character creator, if just because my previous experience with Borderlands games has been that you don't really get to customize that much. So many elf boys. I mean, those are the best kind of boys, really. Alright, I can probably get the game going again. Because we have reconnected up the power cables, and we haven't connected up the power here though, nor have we connected up the sewage. So let's just sort of drag this over there. Is that connected? Looks connected to me. Electricity though. We're going to need electricity. But where am I going to connect that? I could just wire up that, but I don't think I'm going to. I think it's probably wise for us. Oh, it's changed to Cypress Street. No, I thought Strawberry Road was quite charming. Let's change that back. Now, over here, I think we're going to need a utilities section. So let's just go straight along here. Can we just flatten that out a little bit? That doesn't need to be like that. It really doesn't. There we go. And I'm actually going to get rid of the retaining wall. I can't. Okay. Fine. Redraw that. Lovely. So, electricity. We'll hook it up over here. And then I'm just going to connect it like this. Lovely. And we'll change that later. That's true as well, JC. I thought I really liked that when I did use the quote-unquote female body to make my character, even though I don't consider them female by any stretch. And I did appreciate that the chest was not, you know, this massive bloody thing. I actually considered with my necromancer using that shape instead, even though I wanted them to be distinctly male. Alright, we can... Are we unpaused? How much money are we making now? We've cut into our income quite a bit, but not, like, so much that we're in any sort of danger. So we're also going to need, I think we're going to need a road that comes down here and connects up with a train station. Or, alternatively, put the train station right over here. Oh, that could be good. Oh, God, Kyle. I expected better from you. Reading about a guy who lost his left arm and left leg in an industrial accent. He's alright now. I'm shocked, truly. I truly did expect better. Tisk tisk, my dear, tisk tisk. I'm actually going to move this over to here, because I want to actually delete a little bit of Strawberry Road here. The easiest way to make sure I did over-delete is to build like a little node here. There we go. No, we want less lane, actually. Alright. So I'm going to go with the medium train station here. I don't want, you know, the massive one. I think that's too big. I don't want the small one because I really think that this particular area is going to be well, something special. As I said, I consider that the town is kind of investing a lot in this because they have a lot of money right now. So let's put the train station right over here. And actually, we'll pull this up as well. Lovely. That might actually need to be shifted over even further, just so that we don't have a really sharp curve. Passed up a Goldilocks line there. I avoid Goldilocks lines. It's too easy since I'm, you know, a Goldilocks myself. Oh goodness, why? Okay, let's just, we'll grade this. We'll grade it all. Why does it have to be so lumpy? Okay, instead of doing it that way, let's sort of... Is there a nice spot there? There is. So let's just sort of narrow out that. Lovely. Again, I really don't need the game paused right now. We could be making money. Not that we are in any sort of dire straits. We're doing very well financially. But I think it would be a good idea to make some money. Going to turn off anarchy as well. Alright, that is... I mean... Does that look too steep of a hill? It does look a little bit, like... It's a little bit too wibbly for me. I think maybe it makes sense for the train to sort of skirt around the mountain entirely. So let's once again pull out our complex curve tool. Oh, no, that is not the complex curve tool. And we're going to go like this. How's that look? I like that. That's good. There's a little bit of a hill, but not so steep. So, you darlings will have to let me know how the internet is today. We are fiddling with some different settings. And they should make a slight difference. We're working on some things that should make an even bigger difference later on. And hopefully will all be in place by Friday. But we want to make certain that, at least for now, everything's running smoothly. Alright, I am going to bring this... You know what? What am I doing? This is a train. I think this train's going to go through the mountain. Just directly. That makes sense, doesn't it? We've got a nice big mountain here. I think the train should go through it. Can we just, like... Okay, I think that's probably quite good. Or not? Did it... No, it didn't build. Alright. Just want to line up so it's 180 degrees there. And I'm not, like, entirely happy with that tunnel, but as we've established previously, it's really bloody hard to get the tunnels to look nice this game, so we're just going to take that for now. And we're going to turn on anarchy, because I don't think, you know, we would have to really buy the mountain in order to be able to build a railroad track through it. I think that's a little bit ridiculous. Oh, is it way up there? Bloody hell. Okay, again, that tunnel looks terrible. We're just going to run with it. We're just going to accept it. Because that's just how this bloody game works. It's very hard to make the tunnels look nice. And then, we're going to come over here, and we're actually just going to go back into this mountain. Which is probably quite expensive in the grand scheme of things. But keep in mind, we are an incredibly wealthy city right now. And we're kind of just sort of showing off our wealth. As one does. A little bit of conspicuous consumption in the form of a an elaborate railroad. But I would very much like for it to not create a very strange tunnel here. Is that going to be acceptable? Oh my god. That just complete... I don't know how they've managed to get tunnels so bad in City Skylines 2. They were better in Cities 1. Now they're just a little bit of a disaster. How's that look? I really don't like that either. Oh my god. I don't even think that's physically possible. What on earth? Why? It's a terrible shame. Like, this should be a relatively straightforward thing. But, unfortunately, it's not. No, that's, again, just climbing this ridiculous... It's not a roller coaster! Just let me enter the bloody mountain! Okay, what if we back up a little bit? And then, can we sort of flatten this slightly? That might help. Alright, how's that look? I mean, half of it is blocked by cement for whatever reason. But I'm going to accept it because I'm sick and tired of fussing with this. Alright, and then we'll have it come out of the mountain right here. Right, that's good enough. Yeah, I'll take that. I'm not going to be picky anymore. I can't be. Let's click on that and sort of build a slope up to there. Actually, you know what? There we go. That should be even smoother. Lovely. Ta for now, Voxy. Thank you for joining us, my dear. I'm going to build that there, so that we can have, that might be a bit too sharp. I think that's too sharp. Let's pull this back a little bit. Okay, that's also still too sharp. There we go. Lovely. Alright, so now we have a connection via train, at least from that direction. I'd rather that not double back on itself. However, I can't deny the fact that it's going to be probably pretty hard to connect it up over there. It's going to be a bit of a faff. So, we're just going to have that be the primary connection. And this will be the end of the line. We can fix that later, of course. But for now, this is the end of the line. Now, there is a parking lot here. I think this area needs more parking lots. And the large parking lot, what a surprise, fits perfectly there. Oh, that's phenomenal. Okay. Well, let's take that. We're absolutely going to just go with that for now. We might adjust that later just to make it more aesthetic, but for now, having a very large parking lot near this university I think is going to do wonders. We already have 500 students. And we don't even have any dorms yet. It's very impressive. So, train lines. We need a train that goes from Saffton Central, right here, all the way to the university, and then goes back again to Saffton Central. What do you mean pathfinding failed? What's wrong? It can't double back, maybe. Is that the problem? I feel like that shouldn't be an issue. But in case it is, I guess we're going to have to fix it. Whoa, goodness gracious, what the hell is that? We don't need you diving down into the earth. Alright, let's try this again. We'll go from here. We'll build sort of a rounded slope. And then I'm going to go pull this across here. I don't really like doing this much terraforming, but evidently we don't have much of a choice. So let's sort of, again, it seems quite steep for a railroad, but it's fine. Okay, no, that's maybe not quite right. Let's tweak that some more. You know, I don't want to be fussy, but a man must have standards. Especially when he's designing a jewel of a city like this. There we go. It's now looped around. Goodness, hello, my dear Marina. 12 months you've subscribed. How very kind of you. A whole year. Happy anniversary to you as well. My favorite elven creature of all. How are you doing, darling? I hope you're well. Can we get this to work now? Going from, again, Saffton Central Station all the way over to here. Lovely. And then back again? Is this going to work? There we go, there and back again, a hobbit's tale. Busy harvesting a boatload of Roma tomatoes. I am very envious. Mine aren't ready yet. My zucchini, however, has been thriving. I've been wanting to make some zucchini bread. I think that's going to be on the docket for this weekend. Some chocolate zucchini bread. But I have been eagerly watching my Romas. Very excited for them. I'm actually quite disappointed. My coriander plant was doing beautifully. Unfortunately, it started to wither on me, which is very disappointing. But, you know, it's fine. At least I have plenty of basil left. Zucchini bread is spectacular. And I'm so eager to make some, because I do have a little bit of a sweet tooth. But, you know, I try to avoid eating too many sweets. And it's quite easy to make nice zucchini bread that doesn't overdo it on the sugar or anything else that is necessarily bad for you. In fact, you can really make zucchini bread that's quite healthy, and I'm excited to do just that. Alright, so we're going to need to make like let's create a district creation, a lovely little district over here. Because we're going to want to make certain... Emerson Crossing. You know what? Emerson's a nice name. Let's call this Emerson University. I'm going with that. Emerson University. You've never had it with chocolate. It's wonderful with chocolate. Zucchini banana chocolate chip muffins are currently in the oven. You made it without me. Oh my god, I'm heartbroken. Seafoam, how could you? You scoundrel! This is so you can give me a fresh one. Well, I appreciate that thought. Very important over here, before we go any further with this, I don't want anyone parking here. So we're going to take these avenues and we're going to put these lovely sort of grass bits in the middle, and we'll do it on either side of these smaller streets. Likewise over here on Hemlock Street, because there really shouldn't be any street parking. There's bloody parking lots right there. And then we'll put some trees along it. It actually takes a while for the trees to grow, so getting these done ASAP is important. I think I'll let them have some street parking down here on this part of Hemlock, if just because it's not going to be in a key area. I also think I'm going to put a little roundabout right here. Oh yes, that's lovely. It sort of cuts into the rail yard, but not in an important place. Parking on Hemlock Street is punishable by death. Yes, if you park on Hemlock Street, we make you drink hemlock. Those are the rules. There we go. We'll have some roundabouts there. I think those look nice, actually. They don't work so well there because of the parking lots, but we'll put them right out there in front of Emerson. Actually, is that a bush? I don't think I want a bush there. This one will be a tree, so let's put a tree there instead. Then that'll grow up nice and look very pretty. I actually wanted to show off over here. Oh dear, what happened here? My my word. What a pile-up. Well, thank goodness that the crematorium is right there. Jones Foot Massage and Barbecue. So they'll just drag the bodies over and light them up. But yes, this is eventually the trees that you plant in these roundabouts. They do grow, and they look quite nice. I'm very much happy with... This is sort of the main entrance to town, and I think it looks fabulous. I think it's very exciting over here. In fact, the whole town I'm just so happy with. I'm not happy with this nonsense. No pedestrian access, because there is pedestrian access. It's a known bug. It does pop up sometimes. The solution is generally to move the building about. I'm not going to fuss with that right now. Maybe later. One thing I am going to fuss with, though, I'm going to put a courthouse here, because it makes this more symmetrical. And, you know, that looks nice. I like a bit of symmetry. Let's put that there. And then just, you know, go back over to what we were doing at Emerson Crossing. So, I want to build sort of some dorms. Both your meat and your feet get a good rub. I do so love it when my meat gets a good rub. Alright, so let's start building sort of some communities down here. So that we can have people, you know, move in, some students and such. I'm not going to build a road along here. We have a footpath, and I think that's all we need. But what I will say, actually, I want to see... Oh no, do not bulldoze the college. We just built that. Should I build a library? You know what, I'll build the library over here. This is sort of the entrance to town. I'll build that later. I'm going to take this, though, and I am going to drag this slightly forward, so that whatever I end up building around here, it does have a walking path that goes through it. Now, I don't want anything fronting there, because this is a main street, and if you have houses fronting the main street, people are going to start stopping on the main street. We can't have that. So, let's build right there. And actually, while we're doing all this, can we get the campus security in? Just like that, this tiny little police station. We're going to call it campus security. And we're going to put that right there. I think that's, you know, pretty perfectly spaced. We're going to have this work at Emerson Crossing. Next to it, can we fit... You know what? We can't. We can't, but we could put... No, we'll put the hospital somewhere else. The clinic, rather. Alright, so we have this street here. I'm actually going to pull it just slightly forward. Oh god, I don't like that. Don't like that at all. We'll pull this just there, and then I guess we'll just connect the road up after. So, I want to put... Well, first and foremost, I want to put the zoning entirely along this street. So to do that, I'm going to build a quay wall right there. And that's going to prevent anything from zoning along this path. Then, I'm actually going to immediately build a second here. Now, all these buildings are going to be only like 2 deep. That's fine. You know, they don't need to be big. There we go. Oh no. No, 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 no. Don't you bloody dare. Okay, let's wait for these houses to all zone in first. We don't want these ones that stretch all the way through. What we want is 2 unit deep row houses backing against one another. No backyards, because there's plenty of green space. We don't need backyards. And this is, again, this is a college. This isn't housing. This is dormitories. I don't really want anyone living around here who isn't actively going to school here. Let's make certain that this remains key wall here. Lovely. We can actually remove the key walls from that now. Lovely. Those all zone in. And now that those have zoned, we can go and we can zone the other side as well. Perfect. That's actually coming along very nicely. We're not having to fuss too much with it all. So, I think the goal here is probably to have 2 more of these. However, we do have... Well, it's a really small hill, actually. I feel like I try to make certain that we don't over terraform. What I will say is I think this hill here would actually just be, you know, dug up, moved. It's kind of just in an inconvenient location. And rather than go around it, since it's so small, I would assume that if a city were, you know, building here, they would just sort of ignore it. They would destroy it. Also, I'm noticing that this lines up perfectly with the back of the college, so I'm actually going to build that right there. I think that's perfect. That's lovely. We've bloody done it, darlings. we've worked everything out perfectly. Well, hello, Chippy! Hello, my darling, how are you doing today? How lovely of you to come join us. How is Pudge as well? I do love Pudge. Right. We'll let those all zone in, and then we zone the back. Lovely. Now we go through and do those. Perfect. You're both well. I'm chuffed to hear it, truly. Right. That's a good start, I think, over here. Let's go over here. I'm going to build along this path some more row housing. However, I will say I don't like this. For whatever reason, the zone is the grid is split. Let's see if we can change that. Sometimes if you go and you just, you know, add a little bit of a key wall. No. For whatever reason, it really doesn't want to work. I wonder why. What has caused that? Well, if that's the case, maybe we put the clinic across the street instead. How about we do that? I think that's going to work. Also, those wires are sort of just, I don't think in a good location right now. So let's just grab this and we'll pull them over to here. Lovely. I'm actually going to go back a little bit and make this all a little bit nicer. Especially because, as you can see, this is going to give us just a little bit of an unfortunate cut-off. I did already say that this was absolutely going to get tweaked. Is there a rail under the... I'm sorry? There appears to be some kind of connection under the ground here that I wasn't even aware of. Which is, interesting, to say the least. Anyhow, electricity's back. Please stay calm. There we go. It's demanding a shower perch. You're no longer allowed to bathe alone. I mean, I would say consider yourself lucky, because I have such a bloody hard time getting Hermes to even just take a bath. She hates it. She's got pin feathers right now, and it's still... the most we can get is for her to splash around in the water for 5 seconds or so. She's a very stinky chicken. Did the steam help her? She did not like it. She's very, standoffish sometimes. Spoiled little bird, I would say. Can we carry this across somewhere? Maybe we don't. Maybe we just leave it. I will actually do that, though, so that can connect up to the walking path. Alright, now, as I said, I did want to create, like, 2 more of that. But I think we're going to wait on that until we have... I think we need something else here. What else do we need here? We have police. We have no fire and rescue. That's what we need. So we need a little firehouse. Where can we put that firehouse? It will actually fit right there, which isn't a terrible place. We can't really put the library there, so maybe we put the firehouse there? I'm not certain. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put the firehouse right there, because nothing else is going to fit in that spot. Birds are always quite persnickety. I mean, I get it. They're small, they're fragile. They have their, you know, limits. And part of being a bird owner is just respecting those. Ooh, I've been brought... Oh, it's part of a cannoli. Well, thank you, darling. I don't know if I can eat that on stream, because it's going to be very crunchy. It's soft. Oh, well, that's probably not a good thing, but thank you. Soft cannoli. I've been granted. What a treat. Alright, we need... I mean, we probably do need to have, like, some schools around here, beyond, like, the university and the college and such. Can I fit, like, a really tiny school somewhere? I could put that there. That actually might be nice. Yes, let's put that there. Yes, that works. Fits quite nicely. I don't think we need a high school here. And I'm not going to put one. But we now do have most of the things we need. I'm just wondering what else we might need here. Death care? Do we need a crematorium? Do you think the school needs its own crematorium? Probably not. Not yet, at least. Lovely. So people are just moving in now. I think this is fabulous. Look, we've got a proper college here. We need to decorate as well, obviously. But aside from that, as I say, a very, very much proper college. I don't think I'm going to bother decorating right this moment either. Is there anything I can fit in this little spot? Or can I just drag that over there and then put something in the middle, because the middle's probably a better space. Ooh. That's quite nice. Sure, let's go with that. Now there's like an amphitheatre at the college. Alright, fabulous. Well, we should see education climbing now, which is important, because offices are really one of the best ways to make money. And we have some nice offices here. But we're going to want to expand out our financial district sooner rather than later. These are all offices here. And I think we might end up getting rid of one or two to build some high-rise ones. Like right here, for instance. I think this could be made into a high-rise. Oh dear, what has happened over here? How? The bears are... Look at this. The bears are just so confused. Like... Amazing. Truly. Oh my goodness. The bears have just wandering off to go tell all their friends about the incompetence of this taxi driver. Right, who are you? Megan Norris, you're injured. Alright. Well, and who's in this taxi? Oh, there's no one in this taxi. I see. Here comes the police. They're on the wrong side of the road to do anything. What a bunch of fools. Is that a Hellcat? Might be. I was too focused on the bears. What do we have over here? So is this working? I didn't actually check. It seems to be fine. People taking the highway off to the college. There is still quite a demand for medium income, for medium density rather. So I'm thinking perhaps we should build a little bit more, just along here. We're having such good luck with it as well. We're not really, like, the grid is being cooperative today, which is... I spoke too soon. The grid is not being cooperative today. There we go. Much better. Damn, I am quite rich. Yes, I have a lot of money, which is why we're spending so much building this college. We've done quite well for ourselves. We had some struggles at the beginning of the game, but now we are doing well. We actually should probably lower some of our taxes. They're not very high, but we could lower them a little bit and probably, you know, profit as a result as the houses level up faster. See the rest of the city. I'd happily show off the city. That's just our university over there. Here's our lovely town. It's actually, I consider it quite small, personally. At least as far as cities are concerned. I mean, we don't even have a subway service. I don't think a city this small really deserves a subway service. It kind of seems silly. But this is, oh my goodness, lagging just slightly. Our lovely central park. We probably do need to get rid of the row houses here at some point. And not really in a sensible location. I think it looks best from the waterfront. We have this lovely financial district over here, which was once upon a time industrial. The row houses do look good. I love row houses. I've been probably overusing them a little, but I feel like single family homes are not really the solution by and large. And for a smaller city, I don't really want everything to be skyscrapers. So mostly we use the row houses, which are, yes, the EU row houses. I think those are the best looking ones. They're very, very ornate. And we use the mixed use buildings as well, which they often get a little bit taller than I'd like. But we are starting to develop the city a little bit more, so it makes sense for them to be slightly taller. I think we might want to actually find some space somewhere around here for an even taller building. We could get rid of this and build like a skyscraper. Now the problem is, this medium density building It has some charm to it. Right, it's not gorgeous, but it does have its own sort of style. I think the problem with the skyscrapers is that they don't, really. I mean, these are the EU skyscrapers, and they're fine, but they all sort of start to look the same. Whereas the less dense buildings, like, this is all basically the same building over here, just with different colours. Which I find quite frustrating. You like to build the waterfront houses to make a poor place in the city. See, I do the opposite. I like to build on the water for the rich people. Then again, there's not really any poor people in my city. I don't think there's any. Let's have a look. Let's see what the average wealth is. What's that? There's building level. That's not. No, that's land value. It's not very helpful. Where is it? Household wealth. So yes, more or less. I wish you could do a Chrysler type skyscraper. That would be wonderful. I think there are specialty buildings that are probably like that, but the average skyscraper is just a little bit lackluster. There aren't many unhoused people anymore, Trippy. I did have to install a mod for that though. There's a known bug that unfortunately makes it so that when you destroy a building in cities, at least at the moment, the homeless just go out onto the streets. So the people who were living in that building, they go to the streets and then they never find a home. Ever. Doesn't matter how much wealth they have, they don't find a home. And in fact, a lot of them are highly educated, a lot of them hold jobs, but they'll never move into another home. So as a result, I installed a mod that will delete the homeless. It's a terrible thing to say, but it's unfortunately necessary. It does delete them after a set amount of time if they don't find a home, because they just weren't working out. It doesn't actually delete them so much as makes them leave the city. I would have been fine with homeless existing. I mean, I'm not fine with the homelessness existing, but you know what I mean. It would be a challenge that I would welcome as a city builder, because it is a real life challenge, but it is currently completely bugged. So as a result, I just had to find a mod to delete them. It's cold, but it is the only solution. What? You just waiting to stop here? I guess you are. Can this train get going? Please and thank you. Bugger off. There we go. I love this then. This is my favourite part of the city. It's one of my favourite parts of the city. The central station. Lots of people with dogs, which, I mean, personally, I consider that a sign of a good economy. You know, people have their pets, and they're able to take them for walks. I think that's very important. This is actually my key favourite part of the city is the front entrance. Right here. This roundabout, I've removed all of the pedestrian walkways, because people kept, you know, crossing it. And instead, I gave them bridges. So that they don't have to cross the road. Ma'am, if you cross that road, I'm having you arrested for jaywalking. That's what I thought. There she goes. I saw her cross there, which she shouldn't have done. And off she goes that way. Alright. Is this Strawberry Street as well? This should not be Strawberry Street as well. Arrested. That's some intense laws. You know, we're very serious. Very serious here. It's a beautiful city. Well, thank you, Siren Magic. I'm quite happy with it. I take the aesthetics of the city very seriously. I think in city skylines, you're better off building slowly and taking your time, and you know, spending a little bit of time detailing and focusing on the small areas. A lot of people will just, you know, build a grid and slap down as much zoning as they physically can. But oh no. Is there a fire engine coming? Could someone deal with this? Hello? Oh, there it is. Right, people get out of the way. The fire engine needs to get to its destination before it burns down. Oh my god, there's so many dogs. Like, look at this. Look at how many dogs this woman has. Everyone has so many dogs. I think there's probably more dogs in this city than people. Alright. Oh my god, this dog's name is Balthazar. We're absolutely... Can we not follow a dog? Oh, that's a pity. It is a rich city, it's true. And you know what the surprising thing is this city has grown rich almost entirely off of industry. We have our logging over here. And over here, well, this part of the city is not quite so nice. Smokestack Row. There's a fair bit of ground pollution here. Not ideal. But aside from that, I mean, the people are wealthy. But a lot of ground pollution. Where's my harbour? I don't have one. This river does not really have outside access, so I haven't built a harbour. And I don't really think I want one. I think this city functions almost entirely off of rail. I'm really fond of rail for this particular playthrough. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we might want to take the coal power plant here and move it over here. Because if we do that, it'll create, you know, a nice space between where people are actually living and the coal power plant, which is obviously causing a lot of problems for the city. So maybe we just pick it up and sort of slam it down over here. But before I do that, I'm going to go and I'm going to sort of flatten this area. There we go. Lovely. Alright. Now, coal power plant. We're going to just put you right there. And now we can build some more housing over here. Now the railroads are going to look a little bit silly now that we've removed the building they were winding around. But that's fine. Does the drinking water catch fire? Well, thankfully our power plant is nowhere near any of the water sources. So no, it does not. Alright, so we have, this is a little bit awkward here. Let's fix our power cables. So all this comes from the incinerator. Let's instead start over again. Actually, you know what? So I have Anarchy installed, which is spectacular, because frankly, some things don't work together in ways that don't really make sense in this game. For instance, you can't have this sort of go through any industrial area, no matter how open it truly is. But if we turn on Anarchy, we can. We can just have it sort of work across to here. And it's sort of going through the quarry, but that's fine. I think that works, really. It's a big open area. It makes sense. I'm not certain the cables connecting at that intense angle makes sense, but, you know, it's fine. What I actually want to do long term is completely get rid of coal. So coal is kind of our primary... Actually, let's do this. Let's go... Oh goodness, I can smell the zucchini bread right now. And I'm disappointed that I'm here streaming and not cooking it, but I'm eager to eat it. Alright, let's go. Again, we'll turn on Anarchy, and we're going to follow the road, the Olive Highway, right down under the rail bridge. And we'll connect that up right there. Then we can get rid of all this nonsense. Lovely. And now these people should eventually stop having, you know, really bad health issues. Is this... Okay, it should be working. Oh, that's our issue. That is not good. Okay, fine. Let's... Oh no, that does not fit there. Will it fit back there? Kind of. Not really. Not really. Okay, what if I put this over here? There we go. Oh my god. An extension wing over there. And another... Where can we put another bloody extension wing? I have no clue. I don't want to fuss with my parking over there, though. I like my parking. And we'll put another ambulance depot there as well. Lovely. Can we just get this rezoned quickly, please and thank you? Lovely. So, over time we should see fewer health issues in Smokestack Row. We might even want to change the name. Although, you know, I like the idea of legacy names. So, even though the smokestacks are gone, it kind of makes sense for this to still be called Smokestack Row. Because that's what it was once upon a time. It's the same with... I want to change this out so it's not Saffton Farms, necessarily. But I do think it should have something to do with farming. This lovely suburban community. Shower, perch ordered, and toys because Pudge is a good boy. A very good boy. Absolutely. Let's go through here. Let's do a little bit more zoning. Go 3 deep. Lovely. Now, this isn't right. So we're going to fix this. We're going to go and we're going to make this into a key wall. And that's going to... I'm not particularly happy with where it repositioned all that. But at least it's repositioned. You ordered somewhat of a harness today. Ooh. Well, well, how somewhat are we talking? Let's make this like a nice big lot as well. So this is all going to be... Oh, I could put 3 wide there as well. Single family homes. As I've said many times, we don't really like single family homes. But we do want a few. I think we could put some more here. Once again, we do have to go and fix some zoning to get what we want though. Oh, what's that? I like to see that. Okay. Good, we filled in that little gap. Now, we need to put a key wall right here. And what that's going to do is that's going to get rid of the zoning here and allow us to zone properly here. It's much more efficient. It was a weird Amazon order. Also included latex gloves, but they aren't for anything fun. Well, that's a pity. Alright, that'll all zone in time. Is that actually... Well, I'm... Not quite. We're going to have to reposition just this... Oh, dear. Let's just sort of drag that over there so all the housing is encompassed in there. Because this logging area is not part of the farmlands. On that note, we might want to build another logging facility right here. This isn't like an amazing area for logging, but we can add more trees if we want. In fact, we can kind of focus on building some sustainable farming soon. Or logging, rather. Thus far, we've sort of just been logging the old forests. But I know a trick to make proper sustainable farming in this game. There we go. Sustainable wood is the best wood. Exactly. Alright, over here we have yes, alright. We have a logging facility right here. What I want to do, oh no, why is that happening? Let's just fix that. There we go, much better. I want to get rid of this, and what we're going to do is we're going to build out our industrial section right over here. So let's get rid of this. And then pull this at a 90-degree angle to that, right out here. Lovely. Now, what I would like to do here is, you know, this would be a perfect place for a harbour as well, if we could have a harbour. It would be so good. But for now, let's focus on creating sort of a flat area to work with. I'm actually going to pull that forward a little bit so we have just a slight bit of height. Nothing too intense, and in fact I'm going to get rid of... Oh, I got rid of the entire bloody road. That's not what I do. There we go. Alright, so along this waterfront we want it to stay perfectly flat, if we can. That's good enough. And then we're going to make these into quay walls. Fabulous. So, now that that's done, I'm going to try and pack a lot more industry in here. And I don't really want huge buildings, so let's, again, just sort of create this grid system here. That is a little bit too small. We want it to be about 5 deep. That'll do. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we actually go like this. Oh no, you know what? That's perfect. Let's pull this along. Get rid of that. Have a back alley right here. Lovely. Now, I'm actually just going to zone this all at once. So, we'll use the paint tool. And we'll get a bunch of factories starting up over there. Thank you for the reminder, my dear Trippy. I will indeed stop and hydrate. Very important. I hope everyone out there does precisely the same. They're melting in this heat. It's only 29 degrees. Goodness, so dramatic. We might be contributing slightly to global warming. Just a little bit. Is this incinerator plant doing its job? The processing speed is actually slowing a little bit. Can I build... No, that's a storage extension. I don't need that. We could build an extra incinerator. That would increase our processing speed, but we don't really need it promptly. I think instead of focusing on any of that, the wise move would be maybe to get ourselves a garbage dump somewhere around here. If you were here with us when we started this series, you will know that we had some issues with the way that... You know, I'm just going to buy up all this right now. It's going to cost us money. Okay, I'm not going to buy that, because that's a mountain tile. And same with that. But, we couldn't get the dump working properly. Goodness, Kyle! Such vitriol. Such, vulgarity. But yes, everyone take your meds. Right now. Can I purchase that one as well? How expensive is this? Yeah, that's fine. It is costing us money. Of course, upkeep in this game for tiles is quite expensive. But it's fine. Where is the wind blowing? I'm actually curious. It's blowing down there, so building a dump around here would be a bad idea. However, we could build it like right on the edge of the map. Maybe. I don't know. Garbage is piling up. Efficiency is still fine though, so the garbage can't be that bad. I'm certain someone will come and pick up the refuse very soon. Now, I'm thinking we should go back here and continue building out these row homes. Because this is kind of like the... well, the only living space around here at this moment. So we should probably amp it up a little bit. You have a question about our tiny Tina's Wonderlands group stream? Oh yes, do ask, darling. So we can plug it further. I'm very eager to do that. Will I be going down the smack 'em up melee road? I assume so. I am playing as a claw collar or claw. I can't remember the exact name of the class that I'm playing. But I can remember that its whole shtick is high strength, and I also have the village idiot background, which also makes my strength very high and my intelligence quite weak. Alright, so we've put a little parking spot in there, and I think that's a good call, personally. Let's then go on the other side of this. Actually, you know what? I don't want it to be that thick. Let's get rid of all that. Because there are these lovely parking lots that are wide. And they don't work everywhere, but they do work very well. Oh my god, it's literally the exact size. Well, and we don't really have a choice then, do we? I mean, we absolutely have to use that. Okay, let's put that there. And then let's put on the other side of it another road. That's perfect. I love it. Okay. And then we'll go to about there. That's right. We will build a quay wall here. And then we can build more row homes. Lovely. It doesn't look very nice having, you know, just endless row homes. But again, this is a college campus. Housing should be affordable, first and foremost. Not fancy. We can put a nice park across the street as well. What can we put there? A large city park. I like the idea of that. Maybe not a large one though. Maybe build a nice playground too. We'll build the playground right next to the the transformer station. That's fine. We can have a skate park. How's that sound? Does everyone want a skate park here? Or would you rather have a football field? Okay, so that part has to be connected to the road. I don't appreciate that. What if we go along here, connect this all up via alley, and then we can put the football field right here. I think that's a good plan. Oh yes, that's wonderful. Although I don't want it there either. So if I turn off snapping completely, and I put this over here, it's going to tell me I need a road on that side. Can I line that up in such a way that I can get a road like right there? Put more parking right along there too. You know what? Forget it. I'm actually just going to do it like that. There we go. Yes, I like that. And then the back of this sort of lines up with this this walking area. Perfect. We do want a skate park as well. Well, then let's build one. Let's build ourselves a little skate park. That can go over here. I'm actually going to break up some of this housing to put it somewhere. I think it fits so nicely right there. Actually, this is behind the elementary school. No, let's put it right there. And those will all despawn in time, and then we'll have a nice skate park right there. Lovely. Another row of row homes. I'm going to want at least one more. So let's do that. Let's carry this through. We'll go along 90 degrees perfectly. And then, once again, we build ourselves a quay wall. The quay wall is purely there for zoning purposes. It keeps the zoning from going onto the road that we don't want it on. Now that we've actually done it, we can actually go back and we can remove the quay walls. We don't need them. They are just there to help us control things. How are things going in university? Okay, well, we don't have that many people moving in. That's fine, though. They'll come eventually. There's some poor people here. This is, of course, a school. Maybe we should consider a welfare office somewhere around here. The welfare office would fit, actually, right next to the college so nicely. I think we have to do it. It just fits perfectly there. So that makes sense to me. Alright. Lovely. We're going to want to put like a nice row of trees here too. Now I thankfully again have the line tool, which is, in my opinion, absolutely necessary when you want to do any landscaping in this game. Oh, no, we don't want fence mode, actually. What we want random rotation. We want spacing probably down at about 15 meters. Oh, that's beautiful. That is literally perfect. Let's just drop that like that. And there we go. We have a nice line of trees. And that line of trees just sort of makes everything look a little bit more intentional. You do the same right over here. We'll just do it in smaller batches. There we go. We'll also want to decorate around these libraries. However, I am going to leave that for the time being. This welfare office, I only want it operating at Emerson Crossing. The same with this health clinic, only at Emerson Crossing. Police station is already set. We're going to kick out all of these students here. The college and university, however, are open to everyone. And how big is... Okay, Emerson Crossing does encompass the entire area already. Lovely. We might also want to build a little bit more density. I think that's a good idea. So I'm going to build some European medium density. Build a nice 4x4 there. And where else? You know what? I'm actually not going to build any more right now. Although I might build 3x3 on either side. There we go. I like the idea of that. Let's make sure they're all the same colour. Well, hello there, Yip. Welcome. Parking. Let's just raise the fees. Why not? Seems... Are we still having rubbish problems here? Can someone come and pick up the rubbish? At the dairy house. There's all sorts of curdled milk here. It's stinking up the entire neighborhood. How's this high school doing? The high school is okay. The elementary school not so much. I think what we need to do is we need to create a district over here. So let's do that. Let's just district this neighborhood. Garnet Junction. I don't care for the name, but that's fine. The high school can be open to anyone. That's fine. The elementary school, however, is just for Garnet Junction. Likewise with the firehouse, just for Garnet Junction. The small medical clinic, just for Garnet Junction, or whatever it ends up being called, and the police station just for Garnet Junction. And we need that, because if we don't have that, there is a distinct chance, a distinct likelihood, rather, that, you know, if there's a fire way over at Smokestack Row, that the firehouse here is going to respond to it. Which, all that's going to do is mean that we don't have a fire engine here if we need it. And that would be bad. Communications. We don't actually have any post or telecom here. But, since we have so many points, I think rather than wasting our money building a... Oh, we could build a proper fire station too. Let's unlock that. Maybe we'll consider building one of those. We'll also need a central bank. We don't need all this right now, though. What we need is a telecom tower. That's good. Telecom tower. We'll just save some of our points. I would like to get, however, a nuclear power plant, but I think we're going to wait a little bit for that. Or we might consider a hydroelectric power plant at some point. Perhaps. So many different things we can unlock. But right now, let's just focus on building some upgraded telecommunications. We have a big telecom tower. I think it makes sense for there to be a very large telecom tower here. Although that is a huge area of effect. That seems almost wasteful. Okay, let's build a small one. Build it right here at Strawberry and Hemlock. And that will cover the entire college area. We probably don't need to be upgrading it quite yet. Alright, well, I think Emerson Crossing has a lot of potential. Also, let's just slap a library back here for now. Oh, I think that's perfect, actually. That looks really good. Alright. I'm very happy with how the college has turned out. Oh my goodness, the lens flare. I don't even know what was flaring at me there. Okay, so we've basically halved our income since the beginning of the stream. So that's fun. But I mean, it really isn't much of an issue. We do have a lot of income. In fact, we might want to go through here and continue building up some of our waterfront. Namely, we've got a nice tall tower here. What if we get rid of all of that and we build... Ooh, what a goodie. Oh, it's so nice and hot still. I have been brought a zucchini chocolate muffin, which I unfortunately had no part in making. Very heartbreaking, but...
There's ingredients we can do it tomorrow. Today was the test.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, darling. I'm looking forward to trying that. Might take a break in a few minutes just so I can. But yes, we're building up here... Oh no, that's not right. We need to build high density. That's what we want there. High density. I think we'll build a high density right here as well. Because these big office buildings are one of the best ways to have a lot of income. And as we have our college, we're going to be getting more and more educated people. Let's build that there. And hopefully soon, we'll see some more towers showing up along the waterfront. How are things going over here at Watersmeet College? Alright, seems like the traffic fixes have solved things. Largely. I don't know if I did this on stream or if I did this off stream, but the highway here is absolutely making a difference. So there's a highway that brings people directly in to the middle of the college, rather than having them all go here at the front. It's really slowing us down. Hopefully, oh good, we're already climbing again in wealth. That's always nice to see. So you'll probably spot that when I'm building these high rises, I always leave space. I think that's very important. Realistically, you don't see skyscrapers right next to each other. There's always a little bit of space between them, just to make certain that there's a view. Might be worth building another one over there, but I don't want to overdo it with the towers. Maybe we put one right here. There we go. Alright. Well, hopefully that makes us some money. I'm contemplating doing something different over here as well. Currently we have like a little park here. I most certainly do not want any buildings along Main Street, right here. This is too high traffic. It's very important that it's just being sort of a thoroughfare. But might be nice to turn this all into park space, like I've done here. Since this is kind of the center of the city. This is the downtown core. Goodness gracious, just hurry up and delete yourself. Can we get a street view for a few seconds? I mean, we can get a street view from anywhere. And we've got this lovely Leto Electronics building. It's a lovely place to sort of zoom in. Down here on Butler Street. Oh, look, nice. Oh, did I see flames on the front of that vehicle? Let's go to the center of town so we can look at dogs. There's so many dogs down in the center of town. We've got our lovely Epicurean garden right here, where you could come in and have Morello's cookie dough. Morello's cookie dough is, of course, the finest edible cookie dough. Look at all those doggos. There's Apollo, and Doc, and Chili, and Queenie. And Kendrick is taking them all for a walk. We can probably... There's usually more dogs around here, too. There's so many dogs in this city. What do you think, darling? Should we get rid of these row houses here? I think we should. I think this should all be park space. But what park would I even put in here? Do any of the other parks actually fit? Tourist attractions. A medieval castle? Probably not ideal. We could put a water park. I don't want that in the center of town. A bronze statue. That actually fits, but again, looks very silly in the center of town. And that is just absurdly tall compared to everything. What about... Botanical gardens? Well, those won't fit in the center. We might put them over here somewhere, though, if we got rid of that elementary school, which we might want to do eventually anyhow, since the elementary school there is quite small. We want to upgrade it. The Grand Hotel is, again, slightly too large. Where would we put this? I mean, we could get rid of the welfare office there and put it right here. It's not like the welfare office is necessary in the center of the city because everyone here is incredibly wealthy. But... oh, Notre Dame. That could be fun too. Hello, Chaos! Hello, my dear! Yes, I shall indeed stop and hydrate, and I hope you do the same. The art gallery. Goodness, that's large. Well, I don't think we're going to be fitting any of this in downtown Saffton. So, let's forget about that. Oh, a revolving restaurant in this tower. See, that's a more acceptable height for a tower, although I still don't want it. Have a nibble of that muffin. Okay, well, it's fresh. Some fresh zucchini chocolate muffin. My my god, that's the moistest bloody muffin I've ever had. Spectacular work, darling. Truly sublime. Eat some muff. Well, if you insist. Why on earth has all of this been dezoned? I mean, I guess I know why that's been dezoned. You know what? This is Main Street. There shouldn't be any buildings here. Bugger off. We might want to build a crematorium out here at, well, at the currently named Garnet Junction. But where? Where do we build ourselves a crematorium? I mean, I guess we could just put it here. These houses don't really belong here. That is to say, they sort of stuck out like a sore thumb. However, I mean, does that building look flat enough to you? You know what, it's probably fine. I think that's actually fine. I think the land around it is flat enough. Certainly flat enough for burning people. So we'll leave the crematorium right there, near to the high school. A little bit of memento mori for the teenagers. Lovely. We have 5 people taking the train to college here. My goodness, look at how many parks there are at this university. It's truly grand. Also very expensive, but you know, we can afford it. We are still making a profit. Not a very high profit at this point, but that's fine. I could raise taxes. I'm not going to. As long as we have over 10 million credits, I don't really see the point in increasing taxes. We tend to be better off if the people have the money than if I just take it all for myself. You know, we don't need a massive surplus. We just need a surplus. Let's put some more industry right there. I'm going to delete both of these as well. There we go, we can do something bigger there. This industrial area, it works so smoothly. Like, we have no issues over here at Saffton Logging. Everything runs smoothly. Though I will say that the new buildings are not included. So let's just fix that. Well, we do have a lot of development points here, so let's have a look at the boats. I don't know if the boats are going to be all that functional, but I am curious to see just how large the harbour is. Oh my god, that is... I mean, that's like bigger than anything else in the city, by far. This is the problem I have with expanding. Is I don't want to expand in a way that just almost looks irrational. And sometimes some of these buildings are so big that for my city of 60,000 people, and not even city of 60,000 people, but my region of 60,000 people, I just don't think it's necessary. We've got dead people here already. Brilliant. Alright. Let's fix this. Let's pull this road out. Now I'm going to put on the complex curve tool. We'll go up like this. There we are. Hemlock Street now connects up with Garnet Junction. So the hearse can just go right down there. That's fine. Could you get to work, please? Another hearse garage? Do you need another hearse garage? Garage. No? Alright. Could you... They haven't dispatched. They've got 2 out of 10 dispatched, but there's people waiting for a hearse. Many people waiting for a hearse. Why are all you dying? You just moved in. Did these people just, like, decide to, It was just a bunch of elderly people who decided to... Do people wait for hearses? I mean, I'm guessing their loved ones do. Someone has to come to pick up the body. I'm tempted to go and build like another bunch of row houses right out this direction. We don't really need more parking. We have 2 libraries, and the expansion to this will be built right on the footprint. They fell into a lump of gangrene. A whole lump of it. Let's just build this across, perfectly straight. Does that look perfectly straight? I'm not certain it does. That looks perfectly straight. Lovely. Union Street. Oh no, that's Linden Street. I got excited. Alright, so, along this road, let's have... Actually, we could do some mixed housing around here. It might be a bit tall. Let's give it a little try. Just too deep. If you go taller than 2, that's perfectly. I'm never that excited when something's perfectly straight. Usually the opposite. And over here we'll have a pedestrian area. I think that's lovely. Put a pedestrian area there, and now we go through like that, and we're going to have a nice block over here of mixed-use housing right next to the college. May you ask for a favor? Of course, my dear. I mean, not granted, but you may always ask. Alright, I don't want to build another street. Oh god, that's not nice. Not happy with that. You've seen bits and pieces of my city building adventures, but not the whole thing. Well, can I give you an overview? I'd be happy to, once we get some daylight. Right now it's night time, so we can't bloody see anything. But the moment that changes, I'd be quite happy to do a tour. Let's put another row of these houses right there. Oh, it's a little bit... That's not ideal. That is very far from ideal. Let's just flatten this out slightly. And we'll just delete all these, because they're sort of, you know, not at a good height. There we go. That's nice and straight. But yes, we'll let daytime come along, and then we'll do a little tour. Actually, you know what? we have the Aurora Borealis, and seemingly an eclipse. So, that's probably a perfect time to do a little tour. We're not going to start here, though. Emerson Crossing is, of course, brand new today, so we don't really need to focus on it too much. However, we can start sort of... I think the best way to do it is to start where we started. So, here is the lovely city of Saffton. And this was our first road ever that we built right along this path. We have our graveyard right here. I'm very proud of the way this has turned out with this mausoleum and more storage for dead things once we burn them. And our temples. We actually have a church. This is, I mean, one of the reasons that this is such a perfect society is, you know, there's not much in the way of churches, but we do have one right near the graveyard, mostly just so people can have a funeral. Then over here, well, I guess we'll go through the rest of Saffton first. So we built up this lovely little community here. Once upon a time, this was all row housing. Now it is quite a bit taller. We still have a fair bit of row housing, of course, because it is lovely. I think it looks fabulous, the EU row housing. We have this. This is Old Saffton here. It is truly a charming community. Everyone here is very wealthy. Not because they're, you know, squeezing anyone for that wealth, but because we are a genuinely very wealthy city. Everyone's doing well. Then, if we come back to Main Street here, we'll follow this along to our main city park, which I am Bird's Eye City. Oh, you want an overview? Well, I'm happy to give that. So, let's turn on the districts. So we have our lovely central city right here, Saffton, which is probably the wealthiest part of the entire region, with our parks everywhere. Like, there are parks all over this city. I am truly dedicated to building parks basically everywhere. Most of these homes don't have backyards, because they don't need them, because there's so much shared space. This is our beautiful train station. I know a train station probably isn't, you know, that exciting, but I love this sort of sunken train station that I've built with the pathways going over the top. I think it's fabulous down here. We have parking, of course, and this corridor that goes right behind all of these houses and brings the train through the city. We then have our commercial district right here. It's like Chelsea. It is like Chelsea. Chelsea. I'm not going to do a Chelsea accent, my god. Let's look at so this is our lovely sort of commercial district right here. Again, right next to the train. People could come here very easily from anywhere in the city, access our beautiful shops and such. Then we have the Saffton Administrative District. Once upon a time, this was the Industrial District. But as our city grew, we went through and basically replaced everything with city services. So we've got a massive post office, we've got the road maintenance depot, our park maintenance depot, and City Hall, which I think looks absolutely smashing here. It has its own custom park in the back, and one that's built right into the asset as well. We also have the Saffton General Hospital right here. That was bloody expensive. People were demanding it, and we had to acquiesce, unfortunately. But, you know, It's so bloody expensive. It costs us almost 1,000,000 credits a month, and there's 61 patients. It's so frustrating. And this is the problem with this game, is that the smaller clinics that you can have, they aren't sufficient, but a hospital is too big. I think there needs to be more middling assets. Anyhow, after we sort of expanded Saffton a bit, we moved all of our industrial over here. There currently isn't any industrial here, but it continues to be called Saffton Industrial. We moved all the industrial out of the city completely. Now this is all office space. And, well, that's where we get most of our money, from the offices. We have a lot of hard-working people out here, in their chairs, typing at computers. I'm sure they're doing something important. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm guessing it's important. Then, of course, because we needed educated people, we built ourselves a college town over here. Lovely Watersmeet. Which, you know, it's not anything spectacular or exciting, but it is a good little college town. And, you know, it has some nice housing here as well. Some wealthy people living around here. Well, not them. Or them. For whatever reason, again, and this is an odd thing about this game, people living in single-family housing are almost always the poorest possible people, while the wealthier people choose to live in taller buildings. Taller, more dense buildings. It's kind of the opposite of how real life works. As a rule, especially in a big city, you generally don't get to have a single family house if you're incredibly poor. Like we have, do I still have them over here? Yes. These central houses. Oh, they're finally wealthy. Oh no, these people aren't. These ones are. But these people living in this massive house right in the center of the wealthiest parts of town are just living in squalor. I consider that a bit of a flaw in the simulation, but sure. After... Well, actually, no, before that. Something to do with mortgage rates, perhaps. Maybe. We have up here, where we put all of our industry. Smokestack Row and Miners Junction. Smokestack Row is mostly housing. It's getting a little bit better, so it does have a lot of ground pollution right now, because we had the coal plant right over there. We have moved it. Very expensive, moving a whole coal power plant. But these people were suffering quite a bit from it. So we kind of had no choice. It's not really my favourite neighbourhood, but we did need to make certain there was some density near the industrial areas. So it does the job. I think it's good enough. And it does, I think it looks even better over here. The smaller houses generally, in my experience, look better in this game. We have several coal mines. All of these are coal mines. We might build more, even, because we can. And our incinerator plant, which actually almost made us lose the game. Because, for whatever reason, our garbage dump was just filling up immediately, and we needed an incinerator plant to empty it. How does one lose this game? Well, when one goes completely broke and can't take any more loans. And that almost happened to us. Thankfully it did not, but there were some times where it looked quite close. So I'm glad that we were able to stabilize. And once we were able to stabilize, well, we had a massive incinerator plant to get rid of all of our trash forever, which was exciting. We have our lovely cargo terminal right here, which that was a nightmare setting up, but now that it's here, It works quite well. It is a one-way street all the way around. Because, of course, if we had a two-way street, it just wouldn't work at all. We have... Oh, look at that. Trains are passing on the bridge above. It's a very tall bridge. When you consider, like... it's actually just unrealistically, absurdly tall. I might come back and lower this. It's a bit silly. But... it does look good from a distance, I think. Having this train... I might just bring it down a little bit. Oh dear. Oh no, that's not traffic. That's a road maintenance vehicle. Then... oh, thank you, darling. I'm quite chuffed with it. The bridge. Even if it is a bit too tall. Then, of course, we had some housing issues. So we needed to build a suburb. I planned on building the suburb sort of out here. And then I realised that if it's all the way out there, it's not so much a suburb as it is another city altogether. So, we got rid of all of the farmland over here and replaced it with housing. Just rows and rows of almost identical houses. But I think, you know what, even so, I think it looks quite nice. And we've got this massive hand egg field field. Yeah, it's so big. So bloody big. Well, Americans are absolutely nuts building those things everywhere. We have our logging facilities, which I am so proud of. The paper factory here is actually one of our biggest employers in the entire city. We have almost 800 people working here at the paper factory. You know, that's quite substantial. Hand egg. What else would one call it? I may have built Chicago. I may have. I think Chicago has some raised trains though, doesn't it? I would like to build some raised trains at some point around there. Hello, another Jamie. I hope you're doing well today. But yes, lots of our money is our economy rather, is built on logging. Because, well, there's a bloody lot of trees around here, isn't there? So many trees. We then started migrating out here, because of course, when I got rid of the farms, I had to rebuild them somewhere. We can't just not have farms. So we built Garnet Junction, which is a terrible name. I need to replace it completely. But it's a lovely farming community. I think we're going to start sort of stretching it out a little bit. We could even do some of that soon. And I think this whole area is just going to be fields at some point. And then that, of course, brings us to our finest and latest creation. The jewel of the entire region, Emerson University. I'm going to just actually get rid of crossing, and we're just going to call this unit. There we go. This whole region's going to be Emerson University. How does these? Oh, they are looking nice, aren't they? Okay, I'm happy with that. Speaking of farming, you're looking forward to exploring all the loot in our Tiny Tina's Wonderlands group stream. Plug. Yes, the one on Friday. Everyone, do make certain that you are with us here on Friday at 2 PM EST, as we will be launching into Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Oh my god, I built this in entirely the wrong place. What the hell? We will be launching into Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I am so looking forward to it. It's going to be a group stream. Myself, a humble streamer, Marie Guillotine, and JC Norn, all four of us, will be playing some Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. For most of us, it will be first time playing, although we are all familiar with the franchise. I am so looking forward to it. I've heard, you know, a lot of bad things, but I never let I never let those things get to me. I will say, I understand why some of the reviews were bad, because I did end up actually buying the DLC that adds the gold armor, and all it is really just a paint job, but I'm a sucker for gold, I must admit it. But it was like $7 just for paint, which is just, it's ridiculous, and only a fool would do it. It will be better than 76, and we got a few streams out of that. It's true, and that's the thing, it will absolutely be better than 76, because we can count on this game to at least have like a story that we can all experience together. Now, unfortunately, I did go and do the tutorial all by myself, because I thought I had to. Everything online I read said that I had to at least get to a certain point before we could do multiplayer. Turns out that's not the case, but I did do it already anyhow. You won't miss too much there, I'll just have to explain it when we all play. But, very much a very whimsical sort of game. I'm looking forward to playing it with you. And I'm looking forward to playing my new character as well. My new character, Thembo the Thick, who is going to be very strong. I don't know how the melee is going to go. I'm hoping it's fun. You're going to do your character generation and prologue before Viva Pinata on your Thursday stream. Marvellous, yes. Everyone make certain that you're there for that as well. Because Viva Pinata's lots of fun too. Starting at 1900 UTC. Yes, make certain that you're following a humble streamer. Right now, go do that. Can I just... Let's just adjust this slightly. That's 142. 145 is probably the best angle. No, it's not quite, is it? Definitely not. Alright. No, that's close enough. I'm fine with that. Let's go through and we'll just decorate this whole region. Why not? Cultivated flower bush. So we'll put this on wall-to-wall mode. We'll just go along like that, give ourselves like a nice row of bushes. Charming, isn't it? There we go, and that really helps ground this whole region. It makes it look like it really belongs in there. I'm actually going to go along here as well. Oh no, I immediately regret doing that. Because I can't mirror that. There we go. Lovely. Now, what do we stuff in here? A little park, of some kind. A small playground, that's too small. It's also too small. We could put a dog park. And we could just put a small park in general. I don't think I want a small park. Large playground actually fits perfectly. But do we think a large playground is like appropriate for behind a college? Probably not. Not to say that, you know, college age people don't enjoy swings or anything of the sort, but it just doesn't seem sensible to build one there. We could put a basketball court there. Put two of those, actually. Maybe not two. Maybe not even one. We'll put that right there. Years ago, you lived near a paper factory. The entire town smelled awful because of it. It pleases you to know that my city smells awful. Well, there's no housing anywhere near our paper factory. The paper factory is quite far away from the city. The air pollution doesn't go anywhere near it. It gets carried directly across this way. So thankfully, we don't have to worry about it. We could go further to poison them, though. I mean, we could always put the water intake pipes right next to the sewage outflow pipes. That would be fun. This is what we're doing to the river, by the by. This is how we deal with all of our waste. Doesn't it sound lovely? The sound of rushing water. Also, this tree is in the water. I don't like that. I have standards. Those standards involve trees not being aquatic. It's the unfortunate thing. So I quite like this map. I downloaded it off the mod library. However, whoever made the map, I'm guessing they got quite bored near the end, after they sculpted the terrain and all that. And so when they placed the trees, they just seemingly sprayed them everywhere. And so there was significant amount of trees just, again, like floating in water. That one's close enough to land, we'll leave it. Floating in water on the sides of mountains. It's so much. I spent probably about 5 hours cleaning it up. And by cleaning it up, I literally just mean removing trees. Ooh, look at these. Big feet ink. Ooh. Goodness. Who likes feet? I've got a place just for you. I'm wondering, should we start building along this way? Might be a nice idea. Okay, I am going to build around here. So what I'm going to do to that end there, I'm going to go here, sort of select this height, right about there. I'm going to go, let's make this smaller. Okay, maybe we bring that out to there. And then once again we select up there, and we just sort of drag here. And what we should get is a nice, smooth slope. Lovely. Okay, maybe we don't want it that low at the bottom though, so... just going to take about that height there, and sort of level out this terrain here. Feeling bratty tonight, goodness. Not fun. So let's just keep evening out the waterfront a little bit. It's what we want. And look, those trees were under the water as well. Perfect. Oh my goodness, that's quite steep. I don't know about that. Let's smooth that out a little bit. Oh goodness, that's not right. Why is that so steep there? Alright, let's try this again. We want that height. There we go. this should also be a key wall, and so should that. Is that slope too steep still? I think it still is. I don't want it to be that steep. I want it to be more graceful. What if I start from down here? Will that make it easier? How's that look? That looks relatively smooth to me. I'll take it. I can then lower the water, or lower the land on this side, so that's not an issue. It's very difficult in this game to work around, or to try to build in the water. It really doesn't want you to. That's the intended way to build the key walls. Oh my god, it's a dolphin. Nobody tell JD Vance. Actually, no, that's a shark. Somebody tell JD Vance. Oh god, it's so... What is that? Alright, we'll just have that be straight. Not everything needs to be a dramatic curve. Oh, I do love the drama. The devil is this nonsense? You know what? I think we don't need this to be a key wall all the way along. I think that can just be, you know, right out there. You want a sound clip of me saying... Well, you can clip it yourself, darling, if you want to clip of something. It's always an option. I'd certainly do more clipping myself, but it's hard to do that while I'm also streaming. Let's go from there. Keep that sort of exposed, and then along here I'm going to select that height, and we're just going to go along here. Your phone says no. Ah, I see. And there's the limitations of Twitch on cellular. I actually finally got access to Twitch on my cellular device. Some of you may know that I got locked out of it for a while because of the two-factor authentication was trying to force it onto my old phone, which of course doesn't have a functional screen. So I couldn't get in. I found out that I could, however, just turn off two-factor authentication through my computer and then log in on my phone and then turn it back on again. So now I do have Twitch on my phone, which is nice. Lovely. Okay, I'm quite happy with all that. Might want to lower this a little bit there. Just there we go. There we go. I think that bit having a little bit of... No, I don't want it to have soil, actually. I'm looking at it and I'm like, no. I don't want that. Let's just, again, just sort of lower all that, and then we can smooth all that. Perfect. So now we have, again, more waterfront. And we have this lovely little island, too. I'm not going to do anything with this lovely little island. It's just going to be there. You know, aesthetic. That's it. It's the only value it has. Alright. Let's go over here and build ourselves like a little commercial area, I suppose. We do have demand for commercial. It might also be nice to put a little bit more residential. I mean, the way I see it Happy little island needs happy little trees. Exactly. You can't compromise on the trees. I'm going to put a roundabout right there. Oh, no! You absolute bastard. Why would you do this to me? Oh, okay. I can kind of... I mean... I really don't like the way that looks. Good lord. I swear, you used to be able to put roundabouts on the waterfront. And they used to look good. I don't know what's happened. Because you definitely used to be able to do that. Oh well. Let's go over here. I'm going to build an alley that sort of follows along the railroad tracks here. Can we turn off snapping, please, and thank you. So, for those who are not in the know, of course, Friday, not only does it bring us our lovely Tiny Tina stream, which I'm very much looking forward to, but it is also going to be movie night. So, if you are keen on seeing a movie musical, you are in for a treat, because we are going to be watching MAME. I say treat. The film was not well received for several reasons, mostly because, of course, it's starring Lucille Ball, who isn't exactly a very good singer. You know, she didn't have the talent to sing, really, especially after decades of hard smoking. Wonderful woman. Truly, brilliant in many ways, not a great singer in her later years, as one can imagine. However, it still does have an all-star cast, and it is still Jerry Herman. It's really quite something. I highly recommend joining us. It is completely free as well. All you have to do in order to join us is to be a part of our Discord, which is available through that link right there. Speak polite. I'm very polite. What can I say? There are other benefits to being in the Discord too. It is true. I mean, not only do we have a wonderful community of lovely people, but on top of that, occasionally some of our community members are very generous, and they actually put games up, game keys up rather, as giveaways. So I wholeheartedly encourage you to come and join us there, and who knows, you might get a free game out of it someday. There's better reasons to join than that. Would we rate her better than Pierce Brosnan in Mamma Mia? That's a difficult one. I would say she might be slightly more tolerable than Pierce Brosnan in Mamma Mia. However, she's also there singing throughout the entire film, whereas Pierce Brosnan in Mamma Mia isn't quite as... he's not like the main character. So there is sort of a difference there. No. It's true. No, she's not better. But she is. I don't know. The film's worth watching. Her chest is just as hairy. I mean, with all that she smoked, probably. They say it will put hair on your chest. No, but Lucille Ball was a wonderful woman, not a great singer. She is fabulous, and you know she was you know, very outspoken for human rights. She was the driving force behind Star Trek. She's brilliant in many ways, but not a great singer, which is unfortunate. Can we not do it that way? I'd like these. I'd like you to use up like as much of this space as possible, please. Sure. Still a good frog. We do love her for other things, yes. You know, we must show our respects to a wonderful individual, even if she can't sing. But it is heartbreaking that, you know, that role should have gone to Angela Lansbury, without a doubt. Maybe we consider getting rid of that. And it is a shame that the role didn't go to Lansbury, because she just wasn't well known enough at the time. Alright, we should get a nice variety of heights there. Over here, I think we're going to go like that. No. There we go. That's fine. I'll take that. In fact... How dare you? Okay, can we turn off snapping and just, like, try very cautiously? Oh, bugger. That wasn't ideal. What do you mean there's no power? You haven't even built your building yet. How can you tell me there's no power? Now you need to find the Pirates of Penzance. I mean, it's certainly worth finding. I have a little secret, is that I'm actually quite good at the Major General's song. I'm not going to do it now. You know what? That's going to be our next sub goal. The Major General's song. Is that building only... Oh, it is only 3 wide. Can we get a preview? I don't do previews, darling. Never! It's one of my great downfalls, truly, is that I don't do previews. Can we actually... Oh, this is high density, isn't it? Okay, I don't want to make that any taller. Alright, let's see how this all looks once it fills in. Also, I don't really need that road there. It doesn't benefit us in any way. There we go. Same coloured foundation, they might end up same coloured buildings. I want them to look like they're in a development together. Should I do row homes around them? I don't feel like I should over here. I feel like this should be high density. I feel like... So, one of the reasons I've mostly stuck to row homes and medium density and very few small high density buildings over here is largely because this is supposed to be the old part of town. And I like the idea of the city sort of demanding that that the new developments maintain the character of the city, whereas the new ones, ones in entirely new regions rather, don't have to do that. Oh good, they're the same colour, that's nice. I'm actually going to get rid of that now. There we go. Now we just have a footpath. Lovely. There is a lovely hotel downtown with the facade of an old bank. I don't think that's a hotel. I'm fairly certain the one you're referring to is a condominiums. But it is quite lovely. I had long hoped to get like an apartment there or something because it is so fabulous. Is there some... Oh, for God's sake. I hate it when that happens. Making you look like a fool on the interwebs. I mean, I spend all my time looking like a fool on the interwebs, darling. Is that opening on this side? It is, but we're going to keep deleting it until it has a, there we go, a beige base. And then once it's built, we'll get rid of this and we'll replace it with another footpath. Poor Seafoam. I'm truly sorry, darling. But yes, it is stunning. It's I think neoclassical, I can't quite remember at this point, but beautiful facade. It's maintained that. It's actually one of the key kind of development laws in Toronto is that when you're doing development of like increasing the density in certain areas, if you're getting rid of buildings that are sufficiently old, you actually have to completely maintain the facade. Which slows down development, but it does maintain the character of the city quite nicely. It's one of the unfortunate things about North American cities is they do tend to be quite bland. So it would be quite miserable to lose some of the only unique and sort of historic buildings in the city. Going to put back here. Nice little footpath. There we go. Now, let's go rezone all this because that has not turned out well. There we go. No, 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 no. You're going to build it exactly like that one. Perfect. Thank you. Alright, lovely. We have a new development coming along. Now, one issue... Oh, actually, never mind. I was going to say we might have an issue with people trying to cross the road. But... anyone who wants to cross over to here can actually just go right there, which is fine. I've gotten rid of all the crossings on this roundabout because it's a bit too active. Alright, lovely. The waterfront's coming along. And again, we're spreading out the density a bit. I don't like to overdo it. I've seen some people play this bloody game. And they take the highest density they can and they spread it. They build themselves, they get the grid tool out. They build themselves a grid. I can't get the grid tool to actually work now. But anyhow, They build themselves a grid and then they just fill it with high density. Because that's the way to make the most money, that's the way to get the most people in your city, but it's also just not how cities work. Fundamentally. These people are still waiting for a hearse. This body has to be rotted, it's been months. What are you doing? How are things going over here at Emerson? People are still not living in, like, great conditions around here. That'll change in time. One thing we can do, actually, we can lower the taxes. Are we still making a profit? We are. Okay. So if we lower the taxes a bit, people will have more money that they can invest in their own housing. Which is what we want. What I'm going to do here, I'll take these alleys, and I'm going to actually drag this to about there. There we go. Now, what I want to do here, let's turn on the eraser tool. So to do that, we lower the brush size, we increase the intensity to 100%. And we'll just sort of go through here, and we're going to erase all of those trees. I'm also going to go do the same right here. So we can place our own trees around all this. You know, make it look a little bit more manicured. I'm going to leave the trees along this back path though. And definitely the trees right there. Get rid of the ones right near Hawthorne Lane. Now, right here we have a surface. I want to carry this all the way down. So we make this 100... I can't see the other one, please. 180 degrees. Lovely. And now on this side, again, 180 degrees. There we go. So we have a footpath that goes right over to there. Lovely. Now what we want to do over here is build ourselves, again, a few more sort of medium density buildings, actually. There we go. A nice big one. Well, can I make it like one block smaller? There we go. Now we can put some trees behind it. And I'm going to do the same right over here. So... oh, no, that's far too close to the path. How's that look? That looks maybe alright. What if we go, and it doesn't have to be the exact same size. What if we do that? I like that. That'll do. Keep pausing the game. I shouldn't be pausing the game. And actually, once this is... there we go. Just shift that over a little bit. Actually, because I do have move it, and can do that, let's put this back like that. There we go. Perfect. And then we can just put trees all around it. That'll look ideal. Now, do we want, right here, a little bit more density, like right over here? I'm loving this sort of long strip of density. Might be nice to have another kind of area right here, just like that. I think it would. So I'm going to do it. Okay, now, I don't know why it's decided to do that. And I'm not happy about it. Let's turn... There we go. Is that still connecting up over there? Goodness gracious. There we go. Let's get rid of all that. That's fine. But why is this just... It is so, like, just unnecessarily off-center. Fine. Let's do that. And then... Okay, so we have gaps still. Which is really not what we want. We know for a fact that there is more than enough room to make it all line up. So why won't it? Alright, what if we go from right here? I think that's going to work. I think that's going to work perfectly. Oh yes. Lovely! But, I will say that I think we should have that. Right about there. No, okay, we don't want these big buildings. So let's unzone that for a moment. And now we go back and we put that zoning back in. Lovely. Alright. That's going to be fabulous. And they won't be too big. They're all only 2 deep. Or is it 2 or 3 actually? No, it's 2. So they're only 2 units deep. And as a result they should not be too tall. It's an unfortunate fact that the footprint in this game sort of dictates how tall a building ends up. And then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to actually build some row houses that have absurdly large backyards. I said absurdly large backyards. There we go. Perfect. Because I feel like since this is on like the very edge, what's the end game? I don't really have an end game. Just keep building till I'm content. It's just one of those games that you can't really beat it. You just kind of keep going at it eternally. But you know, as you continue along, you do unlock more advanced things. I could actually unlock a lot of these things right now. I'm not going to, but I could. Police headquarters. I am contemplating this. So, unfortunately, we do have... Do we still have crime issues, actually? We might not. Because there's really no reason for anyone to be a criminal. No, we're fine. It's like a painting. You keep touching it up until it's perfect or you ruin it. Exactly. Exactly, darling. My goodness. This was actually a lot worse, so we're not bad. I do actually want to see how big is the prison. I don't really want a prison, but at the same time, might be useful. God, it's big. I remember previously, and this is the same issue with the hospital. It's one of those buildings that is just a massive step up from the one before it. And generally you don't need it. But there are sort of functionalities to it that just surpass this. Like, we can only hold 25 people here in this prison, in this jail cell. That's really small. That's not many people at all. However, the prison holds something absurd 500. Now, I will say, the upkeep, 100,000 a month, that's not much. Like, we could absolutely put the prison down and we wouldn't really notice it financially. It's not like the hospital. Actually, we could fit the prison right there. I don't think we want to, but we could. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll make like a little thing across the highway here. Because you don't want the prison to be in town. Trying to convince me to make the end game where everyone is dead of poisoning. I mean, that might be the end game, but we're nowhere near that point yet, darling. Okay, the efficiency of our dairy house is getting worse and worse and worse. Is there any particular reason why the incinerator's plant is not sending people out there? Oh, that's why. I haven't selected the... Why do we have... Get rid of all that. This one should not be limited to different districts. That should go everywhere. You're off for the night. Oh, well, thank you for joining us, dear Trippy. Have a lovely evening, and I hope we get to see you later this week. Ta, my dear. I'm going to expand out this farm. I'm going to go up along here. There we go. That's a nice big farm now. And I think what we want, we're going to put on the curve tool, go 90 degrees, as always. Actually, 90 degrees does not look like it's going to be very nice. So let's go to about there. And then, there we go, that's rather good. Well, that's 180. That's close enough. That's good. You know, these are country roads. They're not known for being perfectly straight. Let's build that there. And then we want to carry this up to here, but we want to make certain we're leaving just a little bit of space between the road and the farm, because we want to put trees along it. It helps the farm look more grounded, in a sense. "90 degrees, that's nice. Let's just keep at this. We're going to just build up more and more farmland here. Alright, and then we just get rid of that little nub there. Lovely. No, that's a walk path. That's not what we want. Alright, now let's build a few more farms. Grain farming, sure. Oh yes, this land is nice and fertile. Although this land isn't, so let's put livestock farming here. You don't need any fertility for livestock farming. Which is very convenient. Can we turn off snapping, please, and thank you? It's getting very annoying. There we go. And again, having pylons go through a field like that, that seems perfectly normal to me. This here is relatively fertile, so let's put some vegetable farming on it. Now, for this particular lot, I think I'm going to actually have the farm go right up to the road. Let's do that. Lovely. And I believe I'm actually going to do the same over here. And just like that one, this one's going to be vegetable farming. Actually, I'm going to go to about there, so we'll have some space. Please stop snapping. Thank you very much. Oh no, we do want it to snap, don't we? To the... yes, to the ends we want to snap. Okay, that works. Lovely. We can put some trees along here. Now, what do we have over here? Grain farming. Is that fertile enough? I don't think it is. I'm going to put more livestock here. There we go. Just be cows. Those are not cows. Those are very strange looking cows. They're like, what the hell? We used to live here, and now there's a big building, and some fences. There's some bears just walking along in that farm. Definitely not going to be a problem at all. Alright, let's go along here. I'm going to put this over here, and we'll carry that through to about that point. Come on, I want 90 degrees. Is that really 90 degrees from there? Goodness gracious. Right, fine. Excellent. More farmland. Neighborhood is gentrified. We gentrified the deer's home. Don't worry, you can move in with all these horses. Why the hell do we have so many horses here? Those aren't livestock. I mean, I guess they are. Also, why are the pigs being kept with the cows? And the sheep? What kind of farmer are you? I don't think they're very good farmers. This is all looking lovely. So this is what I was hoping for with the longer houses. I figured if these properties are backing onto forest, then they probably should have nice backyards. How are things going at the university? Okay, we're at half capacity. That's rather good. Our finances continue to hover around the same point. Which is to say, we are making money, but not massive amounts of money. I think over here, I am going to build... Let's just sort of drag this out a little bit. 180 degrees, 90 degrees there. That does not look square. There we go. So we just have like a nice little end bit there. And then we can go along here. And just sort of put those there. Lovely. Now, these lots should have... Yes, they do. So we can grab these surfaces. And we can then drag them. Might have to actually... There we go. Much better. For whatever reason, it's not going right to the sidewalk, which we want to. Let's just very carefully. There we go. Grab that and bring it out to there. Perfect. So, by stretching out the surfaces, we are really sort of making it look like this belongs here. I absolutely hated when they revealed all these parks at the beginning, when they were first announcing this game. And I despised all these surfaces and such. But then they gave us the tools to actually edit them, and now I'm quite fond of them. They just look terrible in a vacuum. Sort of when you have the city and you've got just these big green parks next to this other green, sometimes the things just look very out of place. But if you can shape them to fit the roadways and the paths that you put through them, then they look quite a bit different. You've been thinking about albedo a lot today. Consider the crescent moon if you would. You can still see the rest of the moon usually. Yes. I mean, I do love looking at the crescent moon and seeing all the rest of it behind it. Oh yes, Kyle's a very smart cookie. So we're just going to drag all of these to this curve. There we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And that one goes right over there. I really don't like that this... So most of these buildings don't have this many nodes that you have to fuss with at the corners. These libraries are unique in that regard. Uniquely frustrating, one might say. Oh, but doesn't that look lovely? We need to find something to put in here. we did already consider a few options. However, and I did say I didn't want a small park there, didn't I? But what do we put instead? I honestly don't know. But we'll figure it out eventually. You can do the same over here, actually. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to insert a new node. So we'll take that. And there we go. Now it connects up with the roundabout quite nicely. And again, it's those small touches that you could do with the surface tool that really kind of make everything look appropriate. People aren't likely going to walk on that path, although, you know, they're walking across the bloody track, so who knows what they'll walk across. But it does sort of make it look more fitting, doesn't it? I'm really quite happy with Emerson. I think this has turned out to be a very pretty little community. And the people are not doing too poorly. I do want to go around and add bushes. That's probably, again, I've said this, if I've said it once, my goodness, I've said it a million times. Detailing in this game is so bloody peaceful, so relaxing. Just going along, adding bushes, adding trees, adding these small touches that really make the city feel personal. Does not benefit you in any way whatsoever. Citizens don't give a damn. Right, it doesn't make them happy. It doesn't make them upset either. But like, you don't get a benefit for decorating in this. But my goodness, it's bloody nice. It used to be all individually planted. My goodness, our first cities streams, we had to do everything individually. Thankfully, mods are now enabled, and I was able to download the line tool, which makes this much smoother. I would not be doing this if I didn't have access to the line tool. It's not to say it still isn't. It isn't pleasant to build without the line tool. It's still enjoyable, but you can't do extreme projects like I've been doing. Goodness knows, I've put so many rows of trees all over this bloody city. I mean, look how many... God, there's so many trees that have been delicately placed. All of these bushes would have to be individually placed if I didn't have the tools. Perish the bloody thought. Excuse me? That's what you get. The absolute cheek on some people. I really do hate how much the drivers in this game just insist on... Oh my goodness, that doesn't look good. How much the drivers in this game insist on changing lanes only once they get to an intersection. It seems like a serious design flaw, and yet I've not heard anyone address it. Also, You're gone too. Look, I don't think they're trying to get rid of the body. I think they just have a corpse that they're keeping in their house. And I don't want to know why they're keeping a corpse in their house. So we're just going to delete them and not worry about it anymore. What do you mean crime? We don't have any crime problems, do we? No, there's no crime. I don't know what people are talking about. Also, what are you people complaining about? We've dealt with the ground pollution, haven't we? Oh. Maybe not. Might still be a bit of an issue. Perhaps we should consider industrial waste processing. We'll need a recycling centre, and then let's have a look at the industrial waste processing plant. So this is going to cost 150,000 a month. That seems like it would be useful to have. So maybe we do get rid of. Maybe we do place one of these. Although it does say the ground pollution is high from this, so let's just give it a try. We'll see how it goes. A year at Bernie's. Wait, how much does it cost? Wages are 600,000 a month. Oh my goodness. No thank you. We can't afford that. The upkeep for the actual building is only 200,000, but the wages are just absurd. I think the recycling plant is similarly very, very expensive with regards to wages, so I don't know if we want that right now. Maybe we just wait. Alright, processing speed, we're starting to, I mean, we're fine. We have a lot of storage space. I am curious though, how is electricity? Oh, we've got... we're not even consuming 100 megawatts of electricity. Now, one of the reasons for this is our population is relatively well educated. And nice. Relatively well educated as well as wealthy. And when your citizens are both of those things, what they'll do is they'll build solar panels. And they will create less garbage. So we are very fortunate in that regard. We have so many people who are, you know, slapping solar panels on their rooftops. See, basically every building has them at this point. So even though that doesn't completely cut out our need for power generation, it does dramatically reduce it. And then all of the extra power we are producing at our power plant, we can actually just go and sell that to neighbouring communities. I am just so delighted with how Emerson here has turned out. But I think we're going to build one more line here of houses. There we go. We might build another line there eventually, but for now, that'll do. How is... oh my goodness. Are you telling me that there's that many kids in this... oh. From the humble toaster to the self-organizing sock drawer, this factory makes everything that runs on electricity. Now, that seems like a lofty claim. Not so certain about that. Let's have a look at it. The switch on. Well, we're definitely not putting this anywhere close by. However, could put this up here. In fact, you know what? We should put the fuel plant up here. Because this doesn't even cost anything, I'm pretty certain. So let's build the fuel plant right there. Ooh, bright colours too. Lovely. Oh yes, I love that. That looks good. We might move that around later, but I really... The specialty buildings are, in my opinion, far superior. Ooh, we can also build one of these too. To other buildings aesthetically. Because what you get this much larger sort of factory. Real factories are not small. Real factories are bloody huge. And as a rule, I think this much better represents what a real factory looks like. Arrow Dragon, thank you for the reminder. I will indeed stop and hydrate just a little bit. So, the switch on. This will increase industrial efficiency citywide, which is quite good. The college graduation chance is... It's not as exciting as it sounds. It's quite negligible, really. So I'm not really concerned about any of that. What we could do, that would be... I kind of like the idea of that. Let's purchase... Oh my goodness, do I have to purchase both tiles? I do. Okay, the upkeep's not too bad. Then, let's flatten this out. I can't see anything. Lovely. Of course, that was not sufficient. So we have to get over there and a little bit further back there, so... How does that look? Still not enough over here, so let's... Here we go, just flatten that out some more. Oh dear. No, that's no good. I don't think this is going to work. What do we think? Does that look silly? Kind of has like... I mean... Is it that bad? I don't know. Might work. I think we'll let it be for now. And maybe I'll adjust the terrain height later. At any rate, this is probably going to be quite good for the city as a whole. Because as I've said, it will increase industrial efficiency, but even more importantly, it doesn't cost a dime. In fact, I believe it makes us money. I'm fairly certain it does. This is a very, like, uneven street. Very uneven. Probably should have done this during the day, but it's fine. You know what, actually? I've changed my mind. I'm swapping the fuel plant over to here. Just shift that over a little bit more. There we go. And then we'll move this, and we'll put this along this road. Now, I'm going to have to do something to make this sort of fit in better. I think. What we might want to do is we'll probably build like a road that comes off of this here roundabout. So that this isn't directly on the main street. And then we'll have some parking next to it. Let's do all that right now, actually. Let's get rid of that. we'll take this street and go, there we go, so that's 180 degrees. Lovely. I'll just drag that right through the tower, right through the building, rather. And it says ground pollution is not going to be as bad as it was with the coal power plant here. I think it will probably be a lot better after a while. And now, because we're obviously going to have a lot of parking here, very large parking lot, good. Or do we just do large parking lots? Because we can kind of... The large parking lots can be sort of put right up against one another. There we go. Maybe not ideal, completely. But... it'll do. I'm going to put a road that goes like right back here as well. I feel like that's appropriate. And then we will line that parking lot up there. And another one right there. Perfect. Because of course a building this big, you just know there's going to be an absurd amount of employees. I mean, it currently says there's only 246. But I don't believe that. Let me just drag this along here too. Maybe we put it right to there, because there's not actually any connection over here. So we don't need it to connect up there, but this does have a little bit of a connection. Alright, I think that looks good. And by good I mean it looks like it belongs. We can put a little bit of industrial right there. Just a bit. Hopefully those turn out to be... Actually, I'm not going to put any right there. Actually, let's get rid of it all, because this is rather bloody close to a bunch of commercial. Oh! Well, there we go, darlings. We have become a metropolis. We were given an absolutely piddly amount of money, and we can now buy 32 more spots on the map. I don't even know if we have 32 spots unlocked already. It's expensive buying all these properties, so... Look at us going places. Truly. I don't think that's... oh my goodness, look at the bin. Look at the rubbish bin, it's about to slide off the slope. Can I... I'm just going to go here, and then... There we go. That still looks ridiculous, but it's not quite as close to the cliff face. We'll get rid of that. And then I'm actually going to go, and I'm going to put that there. Actually, that goes right into the plant. I like that. Perfect. I don't like this so much. This hill is a little bit silly. Oh well. As I said, I can come back and sort of adjust all that later. It's one of those finicky little things that I feel like I don't really want to do on stream. Coal storage yard. We have space for this actually. We could store more coal. How much storage is this? 1,500 tons. I mean, I don't really have space for this at all. I could put it over here, which would, I mean, it would work probably, but it would kind of be cheating to overlap like that. There are times where I feel I'm willing to overlap things for the aesthetic, and it's not going to necessarily make things easier. And then there's times like that where I'm quite aware that it's just kind of cheating. I need to figure out a way to like soak up all this ground pollution. Also, let's just go like one block over, and then we'll put a nice footpath right down the middle. And then we're going to go along here and create several low-density businesses. Lovely. More shopping. Oh dear. Somebody has spun out. Drummond Page. Well, he's pretty happy. Despite, you know, everything. He's on his way to Fatty Bite. Where is Fatty Bite? What do you serve at Fatty Bite? Burgers, it seems. And burgers. Does look good, doesn't it? I mean, I'll be honest. If a restaurant has the name has the word fat in its name, I generally assume it's going to taste really bloody good. Alright, well, why were you going all the way over here? There's plenty of burger joints much closer to you. Why would you go all the way over to Smokestack Road to get a hamburger? I mean, I guess Fatty Bite is that good. I suppose I have travelled about 45 minutes to get a bowl of pho in the past. Fat Bob's is your favourite local barbecue for a reason. There's a burrito chain. I don't know if it's just local or if they exist elsewhere. It's called Fat Bastard, and they're not the best burritos. Well, they're all right, and they are very big, which I appreciate. You did the math. 1,500 tons of coal is, oh my goodness, that's quite a lot. But I mean, the fact of the matter is we still have the coal. We just don't have it in storage because we're making it ourselves. I'm not making it, but we're mining it ourselves. So I suppose the problem is if we did actually create a big storage pile, we wouldn't be selling it as quickly. Well, that's a decent amount of coal there. Maybe later we'll carve a bit of this mountain out and then just put a big coal storage facility right there. One thing I will say, we could build a second turbine. Problem, I mean, I want to build it because in theory, you know, number go up, line go up, but also we don't need it. We really don't need it. I'm going to make that 2 lanes going up, 1 lane going down. I think that's smarter. I mean, we don't need that much power because well, our people are mostly creating their own power. Eventually, so one of my long-term goals, you asked about endgame and all that, one of my long-term goals is to build a hydroelectric dam right across this span and dam up this river. And then we won't need the coal power plant. But that's a long-term goal. And I suppose it doesn't have to be that long-term. I'm actually curious. So, if we go and we unlock all this rubbish. How much will it cost? 1.5 million. That seems very cheap. Can produce up to 20,000 megawatts. So if we built this, just out of curiosity, that's going to cost us 2 million. That doesn't seem like very good energy production. There we go. That's 700. Now the thing is, I think that will increase as the river like dams up a little bit. So we're going to want to do that probably right about here to here. That is over 1,000. Oh my goodness. Now the real problem here is, if you look at that, that's going to cost us $5 million to build. Hydropower is great. It's not quite nuclear. I mean, we could build a nuclear power plant at some point. It's very expensive upkeep though. And we won't actually be able to produce as much power through the nuclear plant as we would with a very large hydroelectric dam. Now, the one problem with hydro, if hydro is great, it does have to be like very carefully done to make certain that it is not dramatically hurting the ecosystem. You know, if it's like across some kind of salmon spawning path, that could be really bad. And some dams have great systems that allow wildlife to get around them, but some don't, and that could be a serious issue. Generally, I am a big believer in nuclear power as the kind of primary, most important asset. Have I seen the video of those fish chips? I have, and those are spectacularly funny. Nuclear is the future, truly. If we can get people to stop having weird panics about it before it's too late. I'm actually going to create a curve here. I don't like that. I want it to be slightly more curvy. There we go. And it's fine to have a crosswalk there. The crosswalk doesn't serve a purpose because there's nothing on the other side of the road. But, you know, it's fine. Actually, I could just get rid of it. What am I doing? Just get rid of it. Doesn't serve a purpose. So let's get rid of it. Nuclear is the future, but I don't think it'll end up being the future here on this map, just because we will be able to produce a lot more power with a giant dam. Right, look at that. That is... we can get... I'm not sure if like that second number there is the maximum capacity that it will reach once the water has filled up. One thing we have to be very careful of, we have to make certain that we're not building the dam too high, lest all the water starts spilling out over the city. That would be a problem. Also, I love this dam is 1 kilometer long. If we build this dam, it will be 1 kilometer wide. That's absurd. I'm very much tempted. It'll cost us so much money though, and the problem is I don't know what the upkeep's going to be like. It is damn big, truly. I'm kind of tempted just to place it, just to see. But the problem is, it would be a huge waste of money. We do not need any more electricity right now. I think the next time we have any electricity demand, which will be ages from now, we will build the dam. One thing I would like to do before we do any of that, I think I would like to start expanding this area over to here. Which makes sense anyways. You'd probably want to have a campus nearby to keep the workers when you're building a kilometre-wide dam. We probably should look into water treatment as well. How is our water treatment? Sewage treatment's alright. Water availability is alright. We could build a wastewater treatment plant, which would mean that we're not dumping feces into the river, which, you know, might not be a terrible plan. Maybe. Extracts waters from lakes, rivers and other bodies of surface water and pumps it to the city's network. We might want to get one of those eventually. That's a lot of water output. We currently have 3 pumping stations right here. We might as well just buy it, I suppose. This is the thing. I keep saving these saving up my points, but we're reaching endgame, and I don't need to save up my points. I can just go through and buy things. Not an issue whatsoever. Going to unlock the underground parking facility as well, even if we're not going to use it anytime soon. So, advanced water pumping station. That is... it's a lot smaller than I expected, actually. So, it requires surface water, and it will put out 1 million cubic meters of water per month, which is not bad, certainly. How much are these costing us? So monthly, this costs the see, the problem is the wages. If I were to build, you know what, I'm just going to upgrade all these for now. If I were to build that massive water treatment plant, I'm sure the wages would end up being the thing that bankrupted me. I don't know why I unlocked these intersections, because I don't give a damn. Like, I make my own intersections. The ones that come in the game are generally just way too big. Like, I can make a much nicer, smaller, more concise intersection than the ones that the game gives me. So, I actually have had my eye on this island for a while, and now that we've unlocked the Grand Bridge, I think it might almost be time to get it. So this is a very fancy bridge. I just want to see roughly how much it's going to cost and how big it's going to be. I think that looks beautiful, doesn't it? Eventually we're going to want to build that to connect this up to this island. And then you know what we might end up doing. We might build another bridge to connect this island up to here. Because of course there's no boats. There's no bloody boats on this map at all. Although, can I... will that create... it will. Okay, so I can actually create a waterway. So maybe I should be more cautious. I could actually give us boat access to the outside world. It's worth considering. Although if I'm going to do that, I might as well do it from out here. Oh, yes, I'll probably do that from there. Or, the other solution, I just have my harbour on this island, and then it doesn't even have to go under a bridge, or anything of the sort. I can absolutely do that. Because again, the problem if I build it anywhere around here, I'm going to have to get rid of things that I quite like. Except if I built it there, I could make that work. That could be quite nice, actually. Just having the harbour sort of sitting at the very tip of the island. You're still obsessed with the dam. Now the dam's not ready yet, darling. We won't have the dam for a while. I don't think we can afford the dam right now. I think the dam is going to require employees. And, oh my god, what is this lens flare about? What is even casting that light? What is causing the lens flare? There's no source of light over there. How absolutely absurd. Okay, so, these bridges. It's the Truman Show. Indeed. These bridges are... Well, I did measure this all out before we even started this city. I went here and I said, okay, so this is the height of the that the bridge has to be at. For us to connect over to there. And it got a little bit fussed over the many years in game. But is it working properly? Yes, okay. The supports were very confusing there. So that is the correct height. Is that going to be tall enough for a boat to go under? My gut instinct says no. But I must say it looks good, doesn't it? We're not going to build it yet, though. As I said, that's a long-term sort of goal. That's the next sort of expansion. I think that's probably next week. We will come in and we will build ourselves a nice island over here. I think what we want to do here, we'll end up putting a whole bunch of nice beachfront properties for the incredibly wealthy. Of course, knowing how this game works, we'll put those nice beachfront properties for the incredibly wealthy, and it will exclusively be lived in by people who are wretched. Because for whatever reason, those are the ones prioritised for the single-family homes. Oh, I do not understand in the slightest. I want so badly for these single-family homes to be doing well, because that's the only way they're going to level up. Is if they're wealthy. Well-engineered bridges make you happy. Well, thankfully, I can't engineer a bridge poorly in this game because I can't really engineer it at all. Actually, that's wrong. I could absolutely engineer a bridge poorly in this game. Like that. How's that look? Oh my god. Why can't the real world put my wretched ass in some wealthy people beachfront homes? Truly, a question for the ages, darling. For whatever reason, in this world, the wealthy live in the skyscrapers, and the poor people live in the beach houses. Boggles the mind. But, I have been informed that it is now time for me to wrap up. Which is a terrible shame, because this game is just, it's so bloody fun. I could just keep going forever and ever. But, you know, our time together must come to an end. It's very unfortunate. What have we accomplished today? Well, we built out this lovely sort of beachfront area, which I think will in fact end with a harbour down here. I think that's going to be a wonderful place to put a harbour. We expanded out our industrial sector in Saffton logging. Built all these new paper mills and such. We created some new farmland, which needs a bit of decoration, but otherwise I think looks quite lovely. And most excitingly, and most importantly, we built this spectacular Emerson University, this section of the city focused on higher education, which I think it just looks stunning, doesn't it? I mean, as it should. A university campus needs to be a grand thing, and this university campus in particular is built in such a way as to be spectacularly grand, to show off our city's wealth, or at least the wealth we had. Now we're not doing as well, but you know, it's better that we spend our money. You know, people are paying taxes. We need to invest it back into our communities. Unfortunately, that's not generally the sense most governments have, but I like to invest the tax money in the taxpayers. Personally, in the long run, tends to benefit you a little bit. And I think that's about it. Well, also we moved our coal power plant, which should slowly make things a little bit better over here. Cytherian for mayor. Truly, I would be a spectacular mayor. You wouldn't have to vote ever again. You know, you just have to vote that one time, and then that's it. Oh God. Plugs. Yes. Before I go, let's talk about what's happening soon, again, because it's very important that you all know. Coming up this Friday, if we haven't talked about it enough, myself, Kyle, that is a humble streamer there in chat, make sure to go follow him right now, JC Norm, and Marie Guillotine, we will be playing Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I have never played it before. I mean, I did the prologue, that's it, and neither has Kyle, despite being a fan of Borderlands. So, and I also don't think Marie's played that one. Maybe? I can't recall. Anyhow, it's going to be marvellous. It's going to be such good fun. I encourage you to come and join us. That's going to be at 2 PM EST this upcoming Friday. Following that, we will have movie night. That link that Chaos so kindly has put in the chat there. We'll bring you to our Discord, which is where we will be having our movie night. I encourage you to go and join the Discord, even if you don't plan on joining us for this movie, because, well, it's a lovely little community. I am so very proud of it. As well, Wednesday, this upcoming Wednesday, we will be playing a little bit more Tyranny. We started that last Wednesday. A little bit of a tricky one, as I'm trying to get my hands on my head around, rather, the combat once more, but the writing is spectacular, and I am playing such a viciously wicked character You don't want to miss that, because I'm just being horrible. Absolutely horrible. What else do I need to say? Well, Kyle, by the by, is going to be making his character on stream on Thursday, so make certain, if you want to see the character building for Tiny Tina's, for Kyle at least, that you are there on Thursday. Again, that is a humble streamer there in chat. Just go click on his name and follow right now. And while you're out there following Kyle, you should follow me on social media. I have, well, I was going to say I've been terrible about maintaining a presence across most of those sites there, but I've actually gotten better. I have been active within the last couple of days on all of those sites. So, no excuses, go follow me there, wherever you want, and you will see my beautiful face in some lovely photographs that our charming Seafoam workshop works tirelessly on. They really are a masterful photographer and editor, and we couldn't do it without them. And if you want to see how their work really works, you can join our Patreon, where the behind-the-scenes content, such as unedited photographs, the some editing progress videos, and more can be found. And it's also, on top of that, a wonderful way to support me, generally a better way to support me than any other way, really. Of course, you just coming here and watching our streams is also supporting us. So, thank you, darlings, once again for joining us and spending your Monday with me. I have cherished your company very much. I look forward to seeing you again, hopefully this Wednesday. Ta for now, my loves. Mwah.